Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed and performance. From Monster Notebook, Monster Semruk, for game changers. Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed and performance. From Monster Notebook, Monster Semruk, for game changers. Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed and performance. From Monster Notebook, Monster Semruk, for game changers.
Let's go. Welcome back, everyone, to Tulpar PROTALITY League. It's day number 2 of the upper bracket. I'm joined by the amazing two, Saga and Phalanx. We actually covered quite a few games yesterday. It is a best of 15. There's a lot of action. There's a lot of story to tell in. But for first, let's remind ourselves of the format, because we've got to understand how some of these teams got here. But Phalanx, look, run us through. We're currently in the upper bracket section. What we got for the rest of it.
Yeah, we just saw the upper bracket yesterday for the first time. Obviously, if you've watched the open qualifiers in that very last phase of it, the best of 15, a best of 5 with the best 15 teams advance to the later qualification stages, upper and lower bracket. The top 7, as you can see right here, is what we've seen yesterday in the upper bracket, joined with the invited teams, and the rest we will see in the lower bracket just next week, by the way. So today is a continuation of yesterday. 5 more games, same as tomorrow, and then we'll see the best 8 teams battle it off in the grand final already.
That's key, because obviously we had the invited teams coming, so it was the first showing of them. And they did impress, but let's remind ourselves, though, of that prize pool, because it's not just for free, this one. These teams, it's the first event on the tour, really, Saga, and actually, here's the money that's up for grabs for them.
Yeah, it has been an excruciatingly long off-season. I think we can all agree that being back after almost 4 months out since the latest tournament of PGC in Bangkok feels really good to be back, and definitely this is a little bit of an incentive for these teams to perform for sure.
It's the incentive to get going, and some of these rosters, it's the first time we get to see them. Na'Vi came out swinging yesterday, and they got some big points on the board, but we'll go into that a little bit later. Obviously, we've got the wild cards, so Phalanx, that's not just the money, though, is it, that we're looking for? Some of these teams are fighting for the global, the grand stage, the whole year.
Absolutely, the top 2 spots is going to be relevant for that, and yeah, both of these, I want to say, cut-off points is going to be very interesting to see in the later stages of the tournament. Not only the top 2, but also the top 8. Once again, because of the qualification spots and because of the prize money.
Well, look, we need to get into things that happened yesterday. Let's recap on what actually broke down those first 5 games. We've got a series of clips that we can go back through, looking at actually some of the key moments that really drove some impact. And Phalanx, I really want to obviously break things down a little bit more, because we saw for Na'Vi, there's the confirmed roster, it's a new roster, it's the first major event that we see, especially this year, but they really performed early, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, you talked to them as well yesterday. I mean, what happened during these games? And I think they answered you and said, well, we got pretty good circles, but honestly, I don't think that's the whole truth to it. If you watch the games yesterday, and you can run them back on your own as well, watch the VOD, you can see these guys are just massively bullying the other teams when it comes to team fighting. These guys are great individual players. You can see Hakatori in the very first game as well, as we can see right here. clutch things out in a massive manner. These guys are so confident. Diffix as well. We saw him in the first Tego game as well, first and only actually at the moment, with some massive individual plays. We remember the car bait that he had yesterday. Let the car roll, get out of it early. He jukes the enemy player and obviously gets the frag off of that as well. These are the small individual kind of crazy stuff that you have to have as a player in order to get the very top spot in the lobby, and Navi has that at the moment.
I do definitely have it. As I said before, I think yesterday, it's that duo, it's that Hakatori Diffix, this kind of romance that's coming out of it. The guys are so strong, and Hakatori, he was one of the kill leaders saga early on, but it was a little bit different though later on from that all-star player that you was waiting to see.
Yeah, it really has been a game of two halves so far on day one. Two individual global partner teams coming out. First one looking incredibly strong with a first and a second place back-to-back on our first couple of maps, and Navi definitely coming out looking like a team that was just going to dominate the whole day through, but they did slow down a little bit towards the end, giving a team like FaZe Clan a bit of a chance to come up and close that gap. And then crucially, towards the very end of the day, which we'll get into shortly, but BB team looking extremely strong as well.
Oh, BB, definitely the second half of that game. Got caught a little bit. A doozy got in that glide, didn't he, Fanex? And I think that just changed the wins for BB. Back-to-back chicken dinners. They were crucial 20 points closing off day one.
Absolutely. BB team showed us a masterclass now to finish games, to be honest, and also rotate in on military circles. They kind of dodged everyone around on the west-hand side. If you go back and watch the replays, you can see very smart decisions being made, very good splits as well, very good information play and relay of that information in the team itself. So I'm very excited to see BB team today again. I think they haven't even caught up to their full potential yet. I'm just going to throw it out there. I think team-wise, team play-wise, they're not as good as they can be. I think the potential has not been reached yet. I think these guys have not come out of their shell as much as I expect them for it to happen throughout the 2024 season.
And this is, again, one of the games which I think was a turning point for BB team. Yeah, Miramars were okay, don't get me wrong. There were some points to be had there. But this one here, Tego, two big teams for me. It was FaZe. That's when we saw a really big change shift from them. Very good control of zone. And BB team, the discipline not to go blind, pushing Falak. So great move around from Best. He positioned himself behind FaZe. But it just really shows the intent from both these teams. Actually, on game number 3, they really changed the pace.
Absolutely. I mean, this specific scenario that we see in the background right now just goes to show you as well how well Sparking played. And before I get into what you asked, I want to quickly highlight him because he has a massive performance yesterday, and I think it's a big part of the reason why we see FaZe Clan at the moment in the top 4. Sparking not only had massive impact in the early stages of the round, making sure FaZe Clan does not get eliminated early in some of these early stages actually that we saw for yesterday. Right, match 1, 2, 3, they had early skirmishes at some points. So Sparking was a huge factor, and also I mean the clutch itself was massive. Going over to Ascend that we see, I quickly want to talk about them as well because they have had pretty interesting day yesterday. They didn't really get to play, but they still made points.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I love this play. Nick is fakey med out and disgusting, though, sucker, wasn't it? It was a good play from Ascend.
It was just an audio cue masterclass continually on that side of the hill because it was just smoked for about 25 minutes straight. And before that, we saw Plinsky Bocha and Pod Samalet going back and forth, spraying each other through smokes off audio cues alone. And then Mika with the masterful bait to make it sound like he's medding to force the push. I'd love to see it, but you've really got to say that Ascend. I saw Koho putting out a bit of a tweet saying, I think everyone missed in the patch notes that Erangel zones just only go to the east side of the military base. And that definitely played into their favor. If we see a zone down there, we expect big things from Ascend. And thankfully they delivered because time and time again, we've said, if you get an opportunity, you have to take it in a series like this where we're one game down per day on a regular format. So everything has to count.
But you said they delivered, but I'm not even so sure they have in the big way that we expected them to, right? Normally these circuits playing from up top to down low, as we can see right here. This should be the dip that Ascend is playing from. And I feel like that was one of the key mistakes they had, especially in that game yesterday, not picking that fight against Pod earlier, or making sure you send all of the guys into the dip and make sure you're safe. Or, I mean, alternatively, make sure you clear off the young days, or at least hold them back earlier. I think that was even more potential than what we saw.
This is a big bolty shot from its Chris. Look, I'm in two minds of Ascend. It's a team I absolutely love to watch, love them on the main stage. I felt like they started pretty slow. I think there's a Miramar, there's a Tago question really to actually how we rotate. I think Tago was a bit harsh on them. I like what they do. They played their way up to that sort of compound, but it didn't really work out for them, Felix. But when we came to, as Saga mentioned, obviously, yes, the zone shifts in the patch notes according to the coach was their neck of the woods. Did they make some mistakes? Potentially. I would have liked to see maybe a 4 come down in towards that dip and maybe play pod out a bit later. I think they're happy, though. They're in 6th spot at the moment on the leaderboard. Yeah. And they've got another 10 games, realistically, just to climb up, or more importantly, keep ahead of 8th.
I think it's interesting. This is just a typical Ascent scenario, right? They start off slow sometimes. They do a lot of improvisation inside the games that they have, right? Play off of the information that you have. There isn't like this grand scheme of game plan, apart from maybe the first 2 phases and how they want to play things. So I think in this game as well, if they wouldn't have lost a player early, if they wouldn't have lost Mika in the compound that we saw just across the bridge, I think it would have been a whole different scenario as well. Likewise for FaZe, by the way. I mean, we saw it's Chris's shot. Going over to the in-game, what we saw in the very late games, in the very late stages, we saw BB Team and Na'Vi both putting out master classes as well. And we get to the end fight in just a second. I just want to highlight how well these 2 teams play in the later stages and how well their timing was from BB Team. We saw it yesterday, I said it yesterday as well, the timing on that push to realize there's a player solo out there won them the game. You can see how far spread Na'Vi is on that ridgeline. You see it right now. That is too far. You don't get enough information. You have to look across the ridgeline. And that's how they open things up, and that was how BB Team was able to win that round.
I think it's key to mention as well. I think, Saga, you mentioned it with casting yesterday. There was a lot of 3-1 splits, and BB Team, no, they opted to go for a 2-2, which was quite aggressive, and it worked out for them. They kind of really farmed that information really quickly. But a lot of teams going kind of a 3 push and leaving one person anchored, and we saw twice that get exposed by teams wrapping on them.
Yeah, and both times it was BB Team that really punished that. They're just so aware of everything that's going on around them and what they need to do to counter it, and they know not to fall into the same traps themselves as well, which is why they never leave a position unsufficiently defended.
That's key. Well, look, let's have a recap of the points on the board. It is day number 1 that was done. We are now on day 2. So as I said, there are 10 more games, 5 today and 5 tomorrow. And look, Na'Vi obviously are ripping up the top there. They started early. They started strong. 61 points. They ended game number 5 also on the top of the leaderboard. BB, they put a little bit of sandwich in, but it has been a real story of this sort of left-hand side. BB, for Esports, FaZe Clan, and Na'Vi and Felix. I got the opportunity to speak to T-Bone in between, obviously, today and yesterday. And it was, look, we're going to do the same thing, but they believe they dropped 2 games they should have won because they were going for the revives at the same time. So there's going to be a little bit of a focus that if someone's down, to take the fight. And I wouldn't be surprised if that works out for them. For Esports might be pushing to take that top spot.
Oh, yeah, 100% agree. I think they could have done way more yesterday. The thing that stood out to me yesterday for Esports was their early setups. And that's the thing with them time and time again. They have good early setups. They make sure not to lose anyone necessarily. They have good information splits as well. If you look at the positions they actually play, maybe it's not that far spread out, but it's the positions that matter, right? It's the position that you get information off of for the next 2 phases. And that's what they did. They set themselves up in the early game. They did have a little bit of circle luck as well. I'm not gonna deny that. But they make the best of it. They almost always had 4 men up, and they always get into the later stages of the game. And from there on out, it's very small individual mistakes that cost in the rounds.
Those knocks, those revives. Now, I think it would be wrong of me not to mention the young Danes, Osaka, because yes, they didn't really get the points on the placement, but such an aggressive team for only really, was it 1 or 2 scrims and a mixed match of killer players. They're putting some big points on the board.
You would expect if a team's coming in like this, where basically half of the team is substitutes, it's somewhat of a mixed roster, that they will play a chaotic and overly aggressive style because that's kind of what they have going for them. And they've been doing that. But the strange part about it is that it's been working so damn well that they're also getting pretty consistently towards the latter stages of games, maybe top 4s, top 5s relatively consistently. And it's enough for them right now to be sat in 5th position behind the teams who we've been talking about who have said, oh, they dominated parts of day 1. Young Danes definitely dominated the early games and then were keeping themselves going long enough to actually have some presence in the late game as well, which is extremely impressive in a lobby like this.
It's the aggressive style, which I like, and they're not the only ones really, are they? Win or die, we saw them really shine at the end there, Felix. They were trying to climb that leaderboard as well. An aggressive team. Obviously, are relying a little bit on Jedvox, a tiny bit. He seems to be the remaining player every single time, but they're making an aggressive push. Another team that needs to get some placement points though for day number 2.
Absolutely. I mean, I expect Win or Die to get these issues fixed as well in maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but at least for throughout the next week. As you said, they've had some trouble in the mid game. They've normally had a pretty good start in rounds. That was actually the thing that I was most surprised with. They had some pretty great and also very fast decisions in the early stages of the game. We expected them, for example, to hard job in Miramar. We expected them to hard job in Chumazera. They didn't. They immediately realized not worth it for the kind of zone that they were going for. It was down southeast, so they immediately picked up the parachute, drove down there, contested foot, and if they wouldn't have lost a player in the next two phases, I think they would have had a great entry as well. Likewise for all the teams on the eastern side. So I think if they fix that mid-game, kind of not losing a player, I think it's going to be way better for them in the next week. Maybe even this week already.
It's going to be a turning point, I think, today, Saga. And I want to talk about some of the teams maybe we haven't given as much love to, kicking things off. 7 Gaming, one of them first come to mind. And Twisted Minds, I think, is very much my mind after closing off game number 5 yesterday, because they got huge kills, but we know they like to chase down teams that are in first place, but they haven't got a placement point. They failed to get into those top 8s every single game.
I'll be honest, that's where I thought you were going when you started talking about teams that need placement points, because right now they're the only team in the lobby who haven't had a single one. They've finished outside of the top 8 every single game on day number 1, and you know, while they have a bit of freedom to play a little fast and loose given the fact that they're basically already qualified to everything down the line, it's still interesting to see that they're taking this kind of aggressive approach, setting up some camps for teams that may be going for strategies that are just going to get caught off, like what we saw from them on Miramar phase number 1. Just lurking on the roof of a warehouse with a UMP in case anyone emergency parachutes on top of it, and got the better of BBL. Unfortunately for them, it did catch them out, but it also cost Twisted Minds their life. So they're definitely playing a very coin flip style, just unorthodox strategies. And it's working out to an extent, but it's not doing enough to keep them dominant as the team that we know them to be.
It is key. Maybe overthinking, maybe going back to some basics for them. Let's go back to basics though. What have we got this evening though? Well, with the map runs that we got, as I said before, we've got a best of 5. So it does mean we'll be kicking things back off today on Miramar. We have the one Tago and the Orangles that will be closing out today. And Felix, for me, I felt obviously like the Na'Vi. I know they said they got the zones. I know they played the zones well, right? And it was also controlling an element in Miramar. I felt Tago was a big shift for a lot more teams because they really changed the gear on match number 3.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think what we saw on Tago was an even more aggressive early game, an even more aggressive phase 1 and phase 2. Lots of these skirmishes also happened because of the young Danes. I gotta say, I mean, they had 9 kills in the first 2 phases, which is crazy. I gotta get into that again. They're a mixed team. They haven't screamed a single time. It is pretty much Pakes and Pixelic with the only big international experience in that lineup, and they're coming straight off of NA. They haven't played an EU service in quite a long time. I want to say for the last 6 months, essentially. So maybe it's the ping difference that now comes to shine. Maybe it is. Maybe they're just finally feeling back at home, but something is definitely clicking with this lineup. They're incredibly individually strong. You can tell that they are not scared of fighting. You can tell they almost cleanly wipe foot a lineup that's been playing together since, I want to say, the middle ages of the PUBG esports scene. So incredible stuff coming out from them in phase 1 and phase 2 of Tago especially, and I gotta highlight them again. If they keep up this fragging performance, man, they're a team that we cannot count out and actually taking a top 2, taking a top 3 at the moment.
Do you know what I love? It just seems like they're having fun. I know it sounds a really weird thing to say, but they rotated back on the boat. They had a little bit of fun online on social medias. There's a bit of banter with the team. I generally think they're just playing how they played in the qualifiers, and that's just killing. They said they're not going to change the strat. They're just going to continue doing what they're doing. Hopefully it'll be enough. Yeah. They think they're going to make themselves to grand finals, and I kind of like that. I like that opportunity to actually, do you know what? You got what it takes. Now, if you think you've got what it takes, that PEC is open. Get yourself in there. I'm sure we'll get a link out in the chat, though, for everyone. And you've got to be in it to win it. If you're a ranked player, if you're playing casuals, you've got union mates, just get signed up. Get yourself in. You don't even know how far you can go until you sign up. So get yourself in. Big prize pool, though. We'll make sure we get a link in chat. And obviously, we'll get more information, though, later on in the stream. Let's go quickly. Early predictions before we get game number 1 underway. And obviously, Felix, because I'm going to say goodbye to you very shortly. Who do you think is going to be kicking things off again on game number 1?
I think this is going to sound biased and going to sound too easy, but I think Na'Vi. Okay. We've seen Na'Vi do incredible things. I think the confidence yesterday was incredible. I think it was honestly unmatched in the lobby. They didn't even shy off a fight in phase 1 when they were forced into, even though they didn't have to, right? And Tago, for example, I think. Yeah, once again, I think they've got the confidence, even though they're saying it has a lot to do with circles. I disagree. I think, yes, they did get some circles, but it wasn't the main point on why they're in the first place. So, yes, I got to say Na'Vi.
Narvi and Psychograph, just throw it yourself, mate. Who do you think is going to be taking game number 1?
Well, since Phalix has basically cheated, I'm going to do the same thing, and I'm just going to say it's going to be one of the open qualifier teams, because there's been a lot of solid performances, particularly Young Danes we talk about because they're the ones that's currently at the top of the standings, but even a team like Plinsky Bocha, they came in, they won the open qualifiers, and they're dead last here today. So they have experience on that team, they know how to turn things around, and it's more than possible that they could come out and start strong and do what basically FaZe Clan did on Tego, jump up 11 spots in the standings just off a single game. So everyone's got to be hungry now, if they had a poor day 1, to get things rolling early on day number 2.
Is about getting a good start to day number 2, and Miramar, I think, is an opportunity. The nerves have now gone. We do have to say goodbye to Phalix now, because we are getting ready. It is game number 1. It is going to be in Miramar. Now, early predictions, he's this way, bye mate. Early predictions, obviously for me, I'm kind of with you. I think there's a team that hasn't got a chicken dinner on the board, so I'm going to go with the Quals as well. I'm looking at the win or die. I think they need a good performance. I think 7 Gaming maybe need to get something on the board, and look, if you're hedging your way, it's definitely over for. But look, for now, let's roll straight in. Game number 1, stay number 2, it's the EMEA Tour. Let's get rolling. It's Miramar.
The starting scenes of all of the chaos and all the madness in yesterday's matches is where we're kicking off once again with a flight path, this time a little bit different to what we saw in our first couple of matches in day number 1. This time, once again, favoring that south side down towards the southwest, a little bit more reminiscent of what we saw from our Erangel games that heavily favored the southern side of the map.
And obviously what we are going to do then, that's another 1 minute 30. That does mean, though, it is going to be potentially down in another southeast corner. I think some of these teams might be hoping it's going to go towards the sort of top side, maybe up towards that power grid, maybe something slightly different.
And what was strange is in yesterday's match 2, we saw so many teams dropping over towards the western side of the map. That was more where the flight path favored, and then the zone went so hard to the southeast, but we still saw a whole lot of teams scrapping early on in that area because everyone kept using emergency parachutes to get into Puerto Paraíso, assuming that it would be a little more empty and vacant than it actually was when Foot Esports prioritized getting into that position, and it really almost paid off for them. They almost got the better of Na'Vi in our first game, and this time around the tables have well and truly turned. They're going to have to make either an early or an extremely late move to get all the way over to the west in El Pozo, where the win or die shout could definitely be a profitable one.
Yeah, and this obviously was an early drop for win or die, so they're going to be on the boots on the ground pretty early. El Pozo, that's quite dangerous. That left-hand side of the map, the west, is unplayable as well. So there's 16 teams here, but there's a proportion of this zone that is unplayable. So for those teams in that southeast corner, yeah, they've got to rotate quite far. I actually really like Ascend's position here. They know they drop. They know there's not many more teams over towards the southeast of them, so they might be watching those roads, especially in the south, rotate. I think they'd be cautious, though, maybe working their way into Death Valley, but it's about getting looted pretty quickly and recalling back it's Chris.
I think this is the first example that we've seen of something that we highlighted pre the games yesterday, but we never actually saw it because of the flight paths. But Navi's Faorist looting about half a kilometer separated from the rest of the squad in Impala. He's out in the warehouse compounds towards the center of the fields, those couple of concretes in the buildings, and he's surrounded by Howl members right now. So if he wants to make a rotation, he's going to have to go back to the east and go up and around. And those are some of those positions that, again, if you're dropping isolated like that, if Howl gets desperate for points, if they really need something to go in their favor, they might just make an early push. And Faorist, he's kind of out there by himself and wouldn't be able to call them back up too quickly.
Especially when they're sitting down in 12th place. That could be a point just to get things going. And actually, if you take a team down to a 3, it can be quite dangerous sometimes. We know if Na'Vi are backed into quarters of 3, when we've got Hakatori and Diffix there, they are going to put some points on the board still. But arguably, one gun down does mean an angle you can really sort of capitalise on, maybe in that late game. Sandstorm, no, it's going to over-approach. It's phase number 1, so not too much damage here. But I really like the Sandstorms. They're growing on me a little bit. Now, they're not doing damage. I like that teams are using them to rotate in and out of combat situations.
Oh, look at this, though. Miami Vice colors from Entropic. We have gone through and fixed the observer file, so we don't have about 8 teams that are all the same shade of teal, which is nice. So it gives us a little bit more an immediate indication of who we're looking at. And man, this hot pink really working out for Entropic. It looks pretty clean.
It's good against the green. Yeah, it was a little bit difficult looking at all the greens, the blues, and the sea of red yesterday, especially on that zone shift from where quite a few teams got caught by some of these sudden hard shifts away. BBL, they're going to be rotating their way around. They will just crest past sort of Monty, though, because they know he's a hotbed. Gaming. Drop zone. Initial drops will come out. Little goes onto Sheeta, but not too much. But he is gearing him now towards Ship. He takes some more shots as well. But the slowest vehicle in the game somehow gets his way back into the warehouse.
It's one of the tankiest in the game, though. It gets about as many bullets into it as a BRDM before it explodes, so as long as you're taking shots from somewhere in an elevated position, that roof should give Schiller enough cover to make it to safety, and it does. So BBL do manage to make a successful rotation just ahead of the young Danes coming in just behind them from around the Chumacera area. And that's kind of the benefit of that spot looting just towards the south side of Picado that BBL tends to favor and has done for a while. They can loot quickly, they can grab their vehicles, and they can make a move wherever the circle pops.
Young Danes, we mentioned them quite a bit now, having a little scout. Now I call this the phase compound. No phase there at the moment, but they are just having a little scout ahead. As these teams now rotate, and they're using the Miramar terrain to their advantage now. WLA, they're going to pop some shots to Howers and press their way towards that north as they leave that minus area free. And hopefully Hobo will take that zip line across to the other side. They've got to be pretty close towards San Martin and Hacienda, so they're going to be cautious as well. Teams rotating or maybe even stopping to get some more vehicles in that location.
We're seeing a whole lot of early migration over towards the west, as is to be expected on a zone like this. Code Marco does a bit of a 360 in front of Nordskiff, who unfortunately runs out of bullets at the worst opportunity. Put an extended mag on that thing, and that's a free kill. All it will really be in the end is just a tag or two. But one of the teams that is just a little bit late to the party, and if we do have a map stream available, and if you can get your eyes on that swiftly, you'll see that FaZe, who dropped down over by Resort, are sending 3 players in on an emergency parachute right now. In fact, it's all 4 of them, and they're basically side by side with Plinsky Vocha, who are unfortunately just going to be a little bit slower than the plane out of Los Leones, so they're going to find their way a little bit more congested. But how many times did we see teams from one side of the map to the other taking that emergency parachute a little bit earlier than this in game 1 yesterday, or as Entropic did in game number 2, timed it with the phase 2 shift and just took a free compound that guaranteed a top 4. FaZe right now has kind of done neither. So it'll be interesting to see where they opt to go, because that center of the circle is already looking pretty congested, but there's a big rock in the middle, and I'm sure that is the target. Code Marco, though, surely can't miss. One more. There it is.
Let's go. What a clutch over them. 2 kills off the bat. Early rotation. Cal been rotating very far to the north as well, to the point I kind of think they're going to come in on that north side. They opt to take the shot. I mentioned before, sometimes these teams be looking for these cards around the area, and Hal just knew they used it to a perfect bait. Unfortunately, game number winners, they're going to go down to a 2. I think Falax will be disappointed now. He's going to be hedging his bet still that Navi can get a chicken dinner. You've got to put the odds against him. FaZe, they take that E pick up. It's an early pick, and they go for the high ground that just sits south of El Bozo. Now, we see some great endings around here. We see teams survive here, but I've also seen teams run out of ammo quite quickly. So FaZe need to be disciplined, and there's maybe hope for the zone to come away.
I've seen players get stuck on the rocks
here
as well, and they can't get out. So they do have to be careful. They have to watch their step, and particularly if they get knocked, they don't want to crawl into any crevices that are too small for them to get back out of again, because that might just be game over. But it's a position where they can probably just sit, free farm some ADR for a good 3, maybe 4 zones, depending on where the zone shifts away from. But typically we will see a phase 4 shift, get rid of that pillar as often as possible. But given the presence of higher priority unplayable to the west and the cliffs that line the edge of the map, it's not always guaranteed, and they might be able to stay there for a little bit longer than you might expect.
And that is the same as we see with Twisted Minds. They've just played that a little bit more. They're drop zone in that sort of power grid area. Normally see Battalions up here, but not today. It's Perfectic. So as we have the Tab example and Lou in, slight change there, and obviously worth noting as well, phase back onto their normal roster as well. So no sub needed today. So a lot of information can be gained. I like these style of plays. A lot more teams use it, especially now we've got the E pickup. So not always worth just hammering shots over to his compounds, especially in the early game. Just get the tabs in, get the information, just so your teams can rotate if needed after we see this zone pop.
I've actually got a lot of respect for Perfectix putting 1K in his username, because that is what he got yesterday. He got one singular kill in all 5 games, and he's just announcing that to the world. So he's definitely looking to start picking it up, because Twisted Minds overall, I mean, to be fair, he wasn't the only culprit. Batulin's only picked up a single kill, but thankfully the others picked up the slack. They got 22 points. Every single one of them is a kill, but with half the team only being able to contribute 1 each, it's not the ideal scenario to find yourself in, but we know that Twisted Minds is a team that can overcome all kinds of adversity, and Perfectix is not a player who we expect to stay on a single kill in this lobby for all that long. But right now he's playing the Batulin's role of just gathering the information to feed over to the squad, and when it comes time to make a move in probably about 20 seconds time, should the zone shift further west or anywhere other than east, I have a good idea of what to do.
Send to leave the safety of Val, and they do take that road up very much on that west-hand side. I think they're waiting for the zone shift back towards and praying that the crossroads will be that position. Now, Boom is going to play to them, and there we go. That zone shift does go that way. Ascend, get the call, they get the right. And interestingly for me, FaZe don't need to shift here. We've got so much unplayable still. We've still got 16 teams. We've only lost 2 players. This is a difficult shift for a lot of teams.
Right. Can I adjust my prediction to BB team? They are probably not losing this game unless something absolutely disastrous happens. There's a couple of, I'd call it a split compound rather than 2 separate compounds, and they're currently holding onto both sides, surrounded by nothing but open fields, a little bit of a ridge. So unless a breach comes through and punishes them, then they're looking in prime real estate. But as we said, they're not one to leave a position insufficiently defended.
No, I think the argument now is how much of El Pozo remains in for this next zone shift. I expect to play away. A lot more shown, obviously, going. Perfecting, so does take that E, so he's going to go ahead. We spoke about this yesterday, didn't we, actually? Not all teams and players will put 4 on here. We see, like, a very late game sometimes. They even just jump up as a solo and jump straight back off just to get the information. And you can see there, he's watching and tracking those cars and saying, hey, guys, let El Pozo. It's pretty hot. We might want to avoid it.
Tumbling, rolling his way into the city. Not ideal. He cops a quick headshot from Hello My Bad, but no one else from Win or Die is in a position to immediately punish, and that does mean that Young Danes get a bit of a foothold in the gym, the fire building, and it might just mean that Win or Die are going to have to regroup a little bit earlier than they had hoped, now that there is an entire hostile team right in the middle of their ranks.
They're just going to corner themselves down in that southwest corner. Blind, though, they're going to rotate around. Pod obviously pushed themselves out. Sendar a little bit further, so just how much do they want to take off? Skilly Kai is just hearing his cars rotate through. So clearly going for some more loot. He's gone out for some more gear, but it's Chris. He's always watching and waiting to see the one car go straight into the tree, and he's not going to take a second opportunity but to lay some 5.56 into that one. Mika's going to go pick it up. The car will flip, and should be a nice little confirm. Does do a great tabber, but Mika's going to claim it in their first kill on the board, though, for Team Ascent.
Well, you could kind of see them lurking in the background. This is why it's important to secure your flushes immediately. Chris just headshotted Jeems on top of the rock, by the way, in case you wondering where that one came through in the kill feed. So he's just reversed what he did in the previous game. It's literally the exact same player as well. He headshotted Jeems from on top of the mountain yesterday, and today he's reversed the roles. But Vard, oh dear. That's
punishing Vard, looking for a bit of love. Code Marco got some extra love there from his own teammate as he's hounding down to get a flush on the board. How? They're already on 3 kills. They took it too early from Navi. Navi did put a player in, and this is Ferris. He's coming in quite late. He didn't stay with his boy. And for Esports, though, who are also driving around trying to find a new home, they're going to pick up a quick kill and confirm. And that'll put a first point on the board. For Esports now 3. Navi, they find themselves as a solo, but the zone might push their way.
As I was trying to say before Chris so rudely interrupted me by hitting another like 700-meter bolt shot, it's so important that if you get a knock anywhere in this map, particularly towards the west where it is quite wide open like Mika did onto Plyn, FaZe will have vision of it. They will be trying to steal it away from on top of that mountain. So getting those flushes is so important. They're able to do so, and even better than that, they're able to sit Jeans back down. They've been knocked up there about 3 or 4 times, so they're going to be lacking meds and helmets. Might have to think about making a move relatively soon, but phase 3 isn't going to force the issue just yet. Twisted Minds still looking to hold off on the far eastern side of the zone, as anybody's all the way over on the East Pozo Mountain, tanking the blue zone right now. He's going to have to make an entrance himself.
It's going to be very difficult. We know.
Look at this split from Exhalation.
I know,
That's
it's mad. It is mad. It's just again, a lot of teams obviously in a wider split, but it's all going to come to head, especially in El Pozo. And I think Win or Die are hoping that the teams will try and play in between their 2-2 split at the moment. Back towards the top though. FaZe Clan do get the res on. Again, scouting some information, still remaining in, and we've seen this a lot at the moment with this position. But they have dropped 2 off. So they are getting ready and ensuring they've got at least an area they can put boots on the ground when that zone shifts away from them. They're still an element of unplayable. I'm still surprised, though. We have 16 teams. No, correct him. There we go. 15 teams. PUBG cast a curse will send Na'Vi out on first place.
And typically when we talk about a team gatekeeping, we're talking about denying entry to another team. This time Win or Die is denying the exit to everyone who has made the play in towards El Pozo itself. The Young Danes, Twisted Minds, We Live Again. They're going to scrap between themselves, and then they're going to have to try and find a way out of El Pozo on the western side. But Win or Die have set up essentially a defensive wall to keep them contained for the time being. But I mean, if there was ever going to be a weapon to try and burst a hole through a defense, this is definitely one of them.
Yeah, an example is looking around for his first victim at the moment, but takes a couple of shots. Got a shotgun, and you'll see at the end of the corridor as well, you have the gas can prepped and waiting. We saw a place from that yesterday. Doesn't quite get the smoke that's needed. He's still waiting for that push, and I think that's a bit more of a sound cue bait. He's waiting for someone to make the play. Doesn't go for the res just yet. Perfectix is still down. He's going to back himself away from the corner a little bit. He's really trying to bait the Young Danes in now. They might be young, but they've got an element of discipline now not to go aggressive onto this one.
Oh, but he opens the door in an unsafe position. Keta just hopped out the window outside. He's still under a lot of pressure, a lot of fire from the backline. It's still Win or Die and We Live Again with angles towards this. This is exactly what T-Bone's talking about. Don't get baited into going for the res. Just hold the angle. Play a little bit selfishly. Otherwise, that might happen. But it is a trade. The Martyrdom, from example, takes down Keta. I think both teams are just going to lose 2 players now.
Yep, obviously Twisted Minds played 2 up high as well, so they were hoping just to watch and flush any people going out before and or after. But yeah, both are gone. A little bit of a trade-off there. Didn't see that a lot. But Twisted Minds and the Young Danes now going to refocus. So they will watch the blue come out. Young Danes on the other side, though, does take some shots. Puts down Moss from WLA. Win or Die, and Hostile trying to hold everyone out. WLA, they're trying to farm as many points as they can as they slowly will confirm a run over and keep these cars safe just on the edge of zone. And it shifts again towards that west. And it looks like Ascend, they got some blessings for the zone for game 4, game 5 yesterday. They seem to be keeping the trend now for game number 1 for day 2.
And Brex looking like a coach at the start of a scrim game, just running into the mountains to spectate his team, but somehow he's still in a phase 4 shift. Would never have seen that coming. Now FaZe are going to be forced to move, but not before they're going to put extra pressure on towards this battle of our 2 Turkish squads. 7 Gaming and BBL back and forthing with a whole bunch of grenades utility. FaZe chiming in with a third-party shot whenever they see a chance.
It's a big play potentially for FaZe. They've got a decision to either go across the road now, hold a position, or try and get as many kills as they can. James does put a quick kill, confirm. That's just off there, sorry, confirm that one out for the team. They are still waiting here. They're looking for teams that are rotating down the road. And 7 Gaming, they know they're stuck. They know they're taking shots from behind, and got to dig out BBL before they make the move. It's going to be dangerous. They're going to have to hug that cliff face very quickly when they come out of here.
If they get out of here at all, that is. Wouldn't put it beyond BBL. They've already shown that they're willing to do it in our first Miramar match, just to take a fight even while the phase 4 blue zone is running you down, making it impossible to get out even if you win. That was up against Twisted Minds the first time around, and it didn't go great for BBL. This time 7 Gaming take one down onto Sheila, secure the flush, and they're trying to make an exit. We'll see whether or not they're able to. Right now, Foot is trying to find an angle, not even into the zone, but just simply towards it, up against Exhalation.
It feels like a lot of teams are like writing the game off from a winner-winner chicken dinner point of view. It's like they're trying to get as many kills as they can now. EXN You get WLA as they are out the other side, and they also are sharing this compound here from Foot Esports. Blue Zone nade does pop. I think he's just having a look here, but can't quite hear exactly where they are. He's going to hear the pitter patter of the foot, and he might just take the option just to get in that car and get shifting.
It looks like the disengage from Foot Esports has come through. Makes sense. They were fighting for a position that was outside of the zone, but they've got to find a way forwards to get in. Jeems and Fex, they've hopped down from the mountain. Fex came down earlier, but Twisted Minds have actually managed to disengage from the El Pozo battle. Gustav with the jump shot gets one. He's going for a second. Absolute psycho scenes from Gustav. But the fact he even gets one is kind of insane. No way, Corexy.
No way.
Don't do it again.
No way. Here's him go upstairs, though. I think he's hunting. He's going to try and get a confirm. It's phase 4. He's going to try and bait him to the left. He's behind you. He turns and gets the shot as well.
No.
Corexy, quick spin. He must have been midway trying to get a smoke out because that was a quick ending. Twisted Minds, they're going to go down, but it looks like FaZe. And he's also going to lose another player. One more remain from them, and this crash from Foot Esports straight onto BB team. And this is kind of that split compound he was talking about earlier. Looks like BB repositioning at least 3 of their players now to try and hold out Foot Esports.
Rexy just hip fire headshot him twice, and one of them was in the middle of a jump. Like that's just not a fair way to fight someone. Looks like Exhalation setting up a mortar in the background, trying to do whatever they can to burst a hole in this defense and push an entry, but a doozy. Not only have they got the compound, he's got a Grozer as well, and they've been unpressured, so the utility is still extremely strong, and Foot Esports will not be able to stand up to the pressure.
Oh, mortar fire on moving cars. WLA on the move as well. They're following him playing. There's not much cover here, so Nord might go, yeah, you've taken that one away from me. I might find the rock centralized zone. Another team which really has been unpressured. That's Ascend. We can see him in the background now. They've got a wonderful hill. I think they're just going to wait to ensure no other teams come around him. But at the moment, they're sitting tight. Great shots though from a doozy. Sounds like the mortar fire is just too short.
I'm pulling south side of the road. They've got a couple of buildings to work with, but it's doing absolutely nothing. They're just getting battered by BB team. Up on the northern side of the road as we live again. Do not manage to outlast. Steven pulling up on the rock away from the pressure of the squads down towards the east. There's still Howl with full control on the west. They've got grenades to work with, as does Dedrix, taking down Gedrox. It's a little bit of confusion cleared up with those in-game names, and Corexy does manage to get another 2-point valuable kill as he picks off Smash and secures a placement point for FaZe.
Yep, we are in the placement points now. Tropic though, they've worked their way up. They're trying to make the hard push now. Good shots though. Hawkeye with those Hawkeyes puts Rocks down to pretty much one, so he's going to go back and get a med back on. But correct again. FaZe not even bothering to get into zone. He's just trying to get any more kills and steals on the board. Wonder how many meds he's got here in Tropic. Go from a strong 4 down to a 1, and Pod Stamina are loving this one. There's 1, there's 2 in Tropic, going to go out in 8th place.
Example was doing this in match number 1 as well yesterday, where he's just lurking out in the blue zone and people just don't expect to be shot from there in phase 5. They just expose a little bit too much of themselves, especially with a grenade in hand for Grandis. He goes down. That's 2 additional points picked up for Corexy from an impossible position. So really good individual effort. Pod Samalet wasn't quite able to pinpoint that Dragunov shot. He has to drop back to grab a heal.
Does. Now it's about holding up the compound. BB, they are still being denied opportunities for any team getting in. Pod, they've got a little bit of a move forward. Obviously, interesting to see at what point does Ascend start getting involved. They've got a lot of terrain. They've got a lot of zone control here. And I suppose they're just waiting for maybe a few more teams to fall before we see Ascend engage to go for a chicken dinner. Spyro, on the other hand, though, he's going to look over top towards Exhalation as they have to move in, but Pod on the same. Both teams now on the outside edge. We're going to wait for the zone just to pop. Surely it's going Ascend's way. It's Chris will be happy. The zone does pop, and now Ascend got to focus their attention north towards Howl.
Yeah, just no real reason for Ascend to peek over the top and risk copping a headshot or 2 and giving up a knock and potentially their strong position. They control so much space, especially after this phase 6 shift has favored the south side. It's going to force BB team to make a move. Howl are going to have to try and commit to some sort of push, and we know that Howl, they're all about commitment to the push.
Yeah, win or die by their push. They will go full send. They're getting those cars ready to go. I love this that Ascend are positioning now. And maybe how I've learned from this, they can aggressively play in towards them, but maybe keep the hillside while they just go full Howl send and do Howl things. So Killer Kai, He's going to take a few shots. Chris going to have to try and get a med on. I think they know this push is coming their way. The rest of the zone is pretty much hunkered down. Pod got the better roll of the dice when it came down to his late game. Exhalation now find themselves out of the zone shift. I believe BB, their compound's now outside of zone. So again, they got to think how they work their way in. If they push too early, they're pushing in towards Plin. If they try and wrap around, where do they go? How's way, maybe towards that northwest, or do they continue pushing with Exhalation? And with Spyro getting a knock and the boom, that might be an opportunity for them to come towards the east.
I'd be surprised if Exhalation have any real chance of surviving this. Absolutely not. They're not even going to make it to their vehicle, let alone driving across the road. Salik getting himself into grenade range. He won't even make it there. Doozy will sit him down. This is just clean understanding of the zone from Ascend. They know that everyone to their north and their east, it's impossible for them to make a play on towards them. Only potentially Pod could be a threat, but that's why Brexco is holding back and anchoring their position while they fully commit their force to hold out the push from Howl. They're grouping together. They're looking to make a play. They're going to have to do it relatively soon. The Phase 6 blue zone is encroaching behind them. Ascend with a three-man roster ready to meet them. They got baited by the vehicle again, but this time it won't be to their detriment.
Love it. Shoot at any vehicle that goes by. Was that an MG that Mika just pulled out of his back pocket?
I think it was.
I think it is. You can hear it raining fire. How do you get Mexico down? And that's their anchor play. They were going for a 3-1. How making the push as well. Costa go down. His co-Marco will be tabbed out by that MG. Mika will put him down and out. Now they're going to use the hillside to their cover. They want to avoid the BB. They're going to make the run in towards zone as well. But they can hear it. Mika refusing to leave an inch to waste as he continues to roll out that 7.62 towards Howl. Not a shift towards Ascend's front line.
If Pod Samulet had the information that it was Brexco playing isolated, this opens a door for them to commit to making a push, but they've instead going to sit back and look to try and hold out as BB team make their play, and it will work out well for them as Mika, oh my god, that MG3, worthy of a 4K for him, as Howl get obliterated as they try to make that push.
Oh, it's Chris survived by hook or by crook. BB come back that way, so they hear the Howl. They know where they were. They looked for an opportunity. Plin didn't move their compound.
Brexco not dead?
It is. I know. It is a top. Is a top 4 now. Pod. They hold the numbers. They've got 4. They're looking to get towards the base of the mountain as well before Mika turns and fires that MG. Plin, I can't see him moving. They've got the zone still. They've got to focus their attention towards BB team. If the zone shifts away from them, yes, maybe they've got to take the engagement. It's kind of a send push maybe against BB team. You can't let him live here for free, at least.
He got knocked. He had to crawl through the blue zone across about 300 meters of wide open space, and they get the revive. Pod Samulet committed their entire squad to picking off 2 players from BB team as they made the push from the compound on the north side of the road to the hills just on the south, kind of in line with Plint, but evidently not in field of view. No shots being exchanged between the two, but I think if Pod Samulet knew that it was Brexco that was anchoring, there was an opportunity for them to wrap around the south, backstab Ascend after they'd cleaned up the fight against Howl and hold the high ground. Perfect prime real estate position for themselves, but maybe just not having that information, not making the call. And now it's looking like it's not going to work in their favor as Brexco, the man who just got revived, gets an opening knock onto rocks, and Pin lucky to get away without meeting the same fate.
Look how much control Ascend have got. They know this area is theirs. They obviously, yeah, they've got up and shut, they've got the res right. Now they're just controlling the zone. They're picking teams off at a time. They knew that they had a potential snake in the grass on the east, and they went back. 2-2 split though, holds out Ascend. They are rolling up these kills from a team that pretty much had nothing, no contention, no team pushing their way. Find themselves now on 7. They find themselves in the top 3. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 2, but 2 of Ascend. One of Ascend now is DBNO. They do get one of the reses, and it's Chris is crawling back.
Play from Plinsky Butcher. They knew that BB team made a push over to their west, and the second they saw them cleaned up, they backfilled into that position. Ascend wasn't quite ready for it, but Mika is more than ready to take the sprays. An MG, a quick little burst. And Lucarux gets sat immediately back down, but now Pod Samulet is on the move. But Brexco again with the off angle. It's the man who should not still be alive, and he's the undoing of Pod Samulet with 1 and maybe a second.
No, Killikai's the final player for them. It's going down some numbers again. Ascend has so much control. Mika with that MG was disgusting behaviour. He knew he had some time there. Goes to blue zone nade. Down to one final player though for Pod. Killikai's going to have an opportunity now. He's cleared a lot of this side here between the heavyweights of the team. They should go back to a 2. We might even see potentially it's going to be a 2 versus 2 versus 1 if Pod can try and get back to a res, but I think Pin's too far away.
Yeah, there's no way he's getting up to them. They're in a really unfortunate position. Pin was trying to do what he could to hold back and be the anchor in case Plin decided to push back in this direction, but they just, again, they did not account for Brexco to be on that off-angle position. And while they did manage to get the trade, get the knock, Killiakai was there to pick up the pieces for Ascend. It will, more than likely, I don't know actually, they are crawling all the way back down. No one's peeked into them just yet. They might be able to get a revive here, but both Plin and Ascend are starting to creep around, expecting them to be making their way back to the buildings.
Ascend, yeah, they were having a look on that east side, weren't they? But they threw the blue zone, they didn't quite get the connection. I think they're looking to be painful, and arguably they might get both of them back up here. They have the time without the teams pushing in. It's going phase number 8, and they're not too far away from it. Disciplined approach from Ascend. Some people might be saying, well, why didn't they push? Why don't they get more aggressive? It's difficult when you go over these mountains and these end games. They might not know exactly where Plin is, and you could just fall to your death. We saw 2 of Ascend go down pretty quickly. I think it's the right play. Killikai, let's go. They are hungered down, 7 kills at the moment. This is going to be information. I do worry though. Killikai, no smokes, no nades, no mollies. He's only got 2 meds. It's going to be a difficult end zone. He's really got to rely on the terrain that's in front of him.
Yeah, just a lack of information, visual or audio, just gives them enough pause for thought, and the fact that they have to get their own revives as well. They don't want to risk making a play getting caught out by anyone just lurking behind a rock or behind a ridge. So Pod Samolet do manage to get back to 3 players alive. They're looking absolutely battered and bruised. Dante needs to pick up a couple more bullets because he's running very low. But Rister gets behind a rock, sees 3 men, and immediately has to fall back for cover and call in the support of Lucarox.
Oh, with 1. Fortunately, doesn't quite get there. There's 1, 2. He gets the 3rd as well. Rister, though, as he peeked over the top, he saw 2, but it's going to be a quick sweep, though. Ascend are going to take it. It's 8 kills for them. It's disciplined. It's a winner chicken dinner, well deserved. As I said to you before, game number 4, game number 5 yesterday, it kind of felt like Ascend were climbing for that winner chicken dinner, but you know what? They took a break, came back day number 2, and they controlled the zone so well, and they cleared themselves some big kill points at the end.
3 games in a row that Ascend get a very favourable zone, and if our fellow German on the analyst desk wasn't quite convinced that they'd made the fullest of the opportunities that are provided to them, this time around they do exactly that. It got a little bit sketchy, it got a little bit risky, but the fact that they're able to get the revive on Brexco, the fact he's able to crawl through the blue zone, through an open field for 200 meters, and then be such a linchpin when Pod Samolet were looking to make their push, so important, and it's those minute details that this could be the difference between getting a 3rd place and getting the chicken dinner.
You say minute details, I say give Mika an MG, and he'll be doing everything we want to do. For now, though, we are going to take a very few minutes break. When we come back, we are going to bring back FedEx, and I'm sure he's going to be talking about Ascend because he's slightly biased towards that team. But for now, we'll see you guys in a few.
Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed and performance. From Monster Notebook, Monster Semruk, for game changers.
Welcome back, everyone. Game number 1 for day 2 under our belt. It was a very, very strong zone towards the west there, Felix, and I know what team you're going to want to talk about kicking this off.
Yes, well, what am I supposed to say? Good game coming out from Ascent. I really like that they finally put their zones to use. Let's not kid ourselves. It was a good zone for them. But what actually was standing out to me was their early rotate and how it actually got to that position. Great deep western rotate, and they were the first ones to do it as well. But we'll get into that in a second. Let's just see how things didn't turn out for the team that I predicted, Na'Vi. Didn't turn out well at all, actually. They lost 2 players straight away, and I was already sitting there in that situation thinking, well, that has to be the Cassacres, if anything. FaZe Clan as well, we saw Corexi having some great plays towards the end of it, and at that point I thought as well, if the zone shifts their way, they had a great spot too. But in the end, I mean, as I said, it is down to Ascent and their rotates deep towards the western side. Phase 2, if you look back at it, they were the very first team, as I said, to go through that deep western rotate and get into the compounds they were at. Same goes for Pod, actually. Pod also did that deep western rotate, but as opposed to plenty of other teams, for Plin, for example, they were the very last team to do it. So very interesting seeing that on the map feed, and if you've got an eye for it, very interesting to analyze that as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a really difficult zone for some teams, especially that started out in that southeast corner. And how you mentioned they rotated really nicely towards that north and actually stopped. They went for those kills on Na'Vi. They had an expectation that the teams were going to rotate past, but it was this late game though, Zaga. When it came down to it, BB team were looking strong for a win. They were holding their compound really, really well. But we saw some crazy plays, a couple of jump shots, and a lot of teams really forcing their position on that north.
Such a weird sight to still see any of those mountains still in play for the Phase 4 shift. I thought for sure that it was going to be a BB team hard feed in this part of the compound, just slightly, a couple hundred meters to the north of where the zone actually finished, and holding down this position was going to be extremely good for them, especially when they were able to hold out the offensive push from Foot Esports. But the zone had other ideas, sent us down towards the south over the road, and Brexco's off-angle position in that compound proving not to be as crucial as we initially thought, but the fact that they're able to get him back, he's crucial certainly later on in different engagements.
It was a lot of different engagements. I feel like Hao had to do a house send. But for me, this whole section, Felix, was just Mika. Like, yes, he's got an MG. Yes, it hits really hard. But we saw the re-peaks. He's trying to keep It's Chris alive over a period of time. He did not want to give up an inch of his mountain.
No, absolutely. We saw it in the first fight against Hao, how great his individual skill is and mechanical skill as well. And we saw it later on as well. As you said, he kind of saved It's Chris from bleeding out too early there. Can I talk about that shot from Copshark, though? What a shot onto Rexco. As you said, his initial position looked pretty good, but it wasn't as influential as we all thought because he got headshotted straight away. Great driving shots coming out from Hao. And as we saw in the late game there, Killikai saving things as well. I was kind of concerned at this point, thinking, he has to be kind of faster than what he showed us in the end there. I thought the trade wasn't going to happen, but then he did pick over the ridgeline and he did catch Dante off guard. Rista as well, though. Come on, that's a 3K.
Massive.
If they ever needed a 3K,
massive.
If they ever needed one, then they needed it in this round. If you watch the round as well, 2 players of Plin got taken out very early on, so they kind of just sent it straight through. It was kind of a risky send as well. Straight past FaZe coming in through the eastern side. They found a quick dip, and from there on out, they just played it really smart across the straight line, always dodging the sidelines. That involves great map knowledge as well. So good round coming us from Plim. I mean, going into this day, they were dead last. This is the round they need.
Yeah, definitely need that round. I really liked it. Mister popped his head over the little hole, and he was like, "Oh, there's 3 players now pushing me, so I need to figure out what I'm going to do." Plyn did do well. I do like what they've done, and I think you're key. Look, map knowledge was really crucial, and we spoke about Sen quite a bit. Their map knowledge was great, and the discipline actually. Saga, for some of those teams coming in on that sort of southeast corner, loads of teams refusing to shift early. They knew if they played early onto that ridge, they would have got caught from behind, and they were waiting for those kills. We saw that Turkey versus Turkey battle. We saw FaZe in the mix as well. We saw a really sneaky play from Twisted Minds.
FaZe was always in the mix after taking that emergency parachute, getting on top of that South Pozo tabletop mountain. It's just going to give you so many opportunities to third party, but the downside is if you can see everyone, then everyone can see you. I think I saw Jeems get knocked at least like 9 times in that game before he was eventually swept aside when Twisted Minds made the push in towards the compound, and FaZe weren't able to profit quite as much as we expected them to do. Again, partially because of the zone shifting so far to the west that it became impossible for them to actually get down from the mountain and play towards the late game, but everyone just seemed on point with hitting the shots up against the team that was supposed to be dominating from the mountain, but they weren't having any of it.
Can't be happy if you're a Jeems as well, because It's Chris back-to-back days with long-distance shots, one high, one low. You can't hide from It's Chris. Let's talk about El Pozo, though, because look, Wood or Die, Felix, they did jump their way there. They had the town very early, but it's very different for them. They went for a 2-2 split, and they were very focused now, trying to get, I suppose, any team the opportunity to come into that corner. It didn't quite work out their way, but I did like that style of play that Wood or Die were going for some kills.
Absolutely. I mean, the whole El Pozo thing itself was just a really tough point to get into. We saw lots of teams fight. The young Danes especially as well. They were even in the skirmish of all the teams fighting there. And just the way things go when it does shift southwest, usually none of these teams really survive it. So you got to pick up all the frags you can. And unfortunately for Win or Die, that wasn't as much as we maybe liked it to be. And as I said, the entry points out of the city are just really tough to get into.
There's two teams I really want to talk about when we look at this leaderboard, right? Obviously, Ascend, we spoke about, they're nice to see them in third place. BB have taken away that top spot from Na'Vi, so they are continuing despite getting that chicken dinner. The big one for me, though, was Pod Samalat Saga. They were rolling, they were looking to try and get themselves a chicken dinner. They got a res at the end. They got 5 extra points, though, and now in 8th place.
Definitely had a big opportunity to swing aside Ascend in that game. Don't know if that was just lack of information, potentially lack of experience of knowing maybe what they can do to go ahead and actually win the game, but still did a whole lot of damage onto BB team, and they'll be more than happy to take the performance that they were able to end up with.
Well, we've got to say goodbye to Falax now as we are getting ready. It's our final Miramar day for day number 2. We are going to be kicking things back off. Flight path is going to be slightly different this time, but it's still an opportunity for teams that do like it. Let's get rolling. Here we go. Match number 2.
Wow. Yeah, you're not wrong. This is certainly one of the flight paths of all time. Looks pretty similar to our map to Erangel, in fact, of yesterday's game, starting just above the halfway point of the map on the far east and not even reaching the western edge. It's going all the way to the southwest, about a kilometer east of prison. So we're very unlikely to see El Pozo and the very far side of the map on the west having any sort of impact, but much more likely to have a little bit of a repeat of game number 1, or potentially that Los Leones urban ending that is always one that is extremely fun to watch. Is there a bit of a vehicle contest between Fairist and Code Marco? Perhaps, but no, it looks like they've separated themselves off, but potentially some signs that there may be entanglements to come between the two.
Early. So El Pozo has been taken by Win or Die. I do worry with his flat. Most teams are going to get give or take to the normal spots. There are a couple of alt drops here. And look, if it does go Los Leones, that zone's not bad. Actually, quite middle of the flight path, does favour up towards that sort of north to northwest. But recently, the zones have been playing back towards Los Leones. I'll be interested to see what Plim do, whether they reposition. And it looks like we've still got some Ascend team as Mika will send it all the way to their normal drop spot. He's not leaving an inch at all for the coach to question him. He was told where to drop, and that's exactly where he's going.
Yeah, Kiliakai's gone back to the lobby. He's waiting for the game to start again, all the way over in prison. It's very unlikely that he was going to get a 9 zone there, but you can always be hopeful. Not going to be this game, though, as there's barely an inch of water or unplayable mountains in this map, at least to the same extent as we saw Phase 4 containing in map number 1 of the day. But yeah, it gives us a lot of options. Could be over towards Picado, the crater, Minas, around that area. We do occasionally see games ending. And again, Los Leones is still an option.
It's a very dangerous option. Very, very dangerous as well. So a lot of teams are going to reposition. I think it's going to be in the minds of quite a few of these IGLs. They're going to be looking at Los Leones going, look, maybe do a 2-2 split. If we're going to do 2, maybe put someone quite close. We see Hal making the play already down. Obviously, Code Marco sits in between sort of to foot, and we do see T-Bone there a little bit further afield as they are in their normal drop spot. Young Danes got to get their way shifting down. They are in Picado at the moment. Now, arguably, they're in zone and maybe trying to hold Pixel. As you can see, he's just outside that map view, but he's a little bit south for this position as well. They are holding up the high grounds. I think he might want to have a little peeky look over. There's an argument to say it might play back that way, though. So a team that I would expect maybe a 2-2 split from.
It's really hard on a phase 1 zone like this to make a full commitment and make a call to say that this is where the zone's going to go. So let's simply hold off from doing that until at least phase 2 gives us a bit more of an indication. But unfortunately, we're in a fortunate position. We get to sit here, and if we get our prediction wrong, it doesn't matter too much. But if you're a player that's committed to an area and you have to then suddenly make a bit of a move into a much more congested area, the repercussions are definitely much more prevalent for the players, it must be said. So for a team like Howl, who is over towards the center, they've got a chance to make an early move over by Cantera, holding down somewhat of a 2-2 split on the northern side of Los Leones, the warehouse compound. Of course, it makes sense. And this, we've always been loving to see those new additions getting a little bit of playtime as Besto just zips his way over towards the south.
Well, he does find himself in the south, but he still doesn't find himself as zone, unfortunately, and there's no cars up there either. So he'll still be running, but he has a compound. He might be finding his way down towards, I think, 7G. They're a little bit further in from him as well. Na'Vi, they're on the rotate now. They're going to play in between foot, but they are looking Los Leones, the high ground that is in the northeast corner of it. I think it'll be a favour spot for a few teams. They'll be able to farm quite a bit of information. And Pods, they're going to be rotating their way across. But Zenki trying to present a few more shots on towards Leosh, but that car's going full send. Leosh has other ideas, and he wants to try and stay alive, especially on this early game.
He's gone past Presenti and straight into the rest of Pod Samolet just to the south over by Hacienda, and he's not going to get away from Pint, landing a headshot with the MK. A little bit easier to hit a moving target than the Dragonov, still a little bit difficult to do, but with the 5.56 DMR's faster bullet speed, Pin is not going to let that opportunity slip.
Nope, and the opportunity to see any more is gone because the sandstorm. It's going to go straight over Wars Pod. They sit on the outside edge. Now we go down towards a little bit more into Los Leones as Footy Sports now do play, and Na'Vi still sitting a little bit on the high ground, but they have played in. The compound they've taken, I've seen so many end zones there as well, so I think that'd be in their mind here. So I'm going, actually, do you know what? I think it might play here. Ainsley pops up and over. He takes the opportunity. He goes down to a one shot. One final blow. He gets it mid-air. He puts down Ferrist. That is an early knock. Again, back-to-back games for Team Na'Vi.
Cleanest spray of the day from 8C to put him down to 91 damage, and then managing to get the final shot just before he disappeared out of sight. Looks like a potential bit of an engagement between BBL and Entropic. We had always expected it with two teams dropping so close to one another. Schiller, though, getting prepared in case the push does come through in earnest, which it's looking like it may well do. Smash is coming in to back it up just in case that is going to occur. It looks actually as though Entropic hear the vehicle and they're going to back away.
It's not a bad call. But it looks like they are getting knocked down. As Jenny looks down onto it, and it allows the opportunity now for the other two to get three. They will now play out. Sheila is going to get the opportunity now to get a few more 7.62 weapons underneath his belt. They do need to get this res zone. They are in. There's no rush for this game number one. But on the other side, Entropic not making a push either. So just take your time, get your sort of bearings and rest of your teams now. And this is what I was talking about earlier. Where do you sort of play? And I was always thinking they might play for the 5-stack, but it looks like they might be going round and playing a little bit more in towards a centre zone.
A notable difference from this game to basically every game that we've had previously. Not a single team so far has made use of an emergency parachute to get themselves into a position towards the centre. Again, partially because nobody wants to really commit to one position. Everyone wants to hold on to vehicles, keep their options open in case the phase 2 shift favours them. and then maybe we'll look to see some teams use them from phase 2 onwards, should it be a hard shift that's not in their favor. The usual suspects, Ascend, BB team, they're the ones who have really committed one way or another towards an edge and will be looking to make wide rotations, but everyone's so congested towards the center that the edge is essentially vacant at the current time.
There's a lot of vacant. It's completely different though from our game number 1, right? We saw a bit more of a wider spread from these teams. Like they're trying to hunker down, get a bit of a hard compound. I think some of that though is because we had so much unplayable terrain. This time, a lot of people are going pretty much into the center, and I think that gives them the opportunity to play into Los Leones if it does go that way. I do fear if it plays in that southeast corner that a lot of teams are just going to go full send. For now, I don't mind these positions that we see like BB. They've come in quite late. They're just on the outside of Impala, they're scouting forward, they're trying to gain the information. On the other side of that though, if they take off too much of the zone, they might find themselves rolling into a foot Esports.
You never really want to find yourself rolling into a foot Esports wherever you are. They are definitely a team that's capable of winning some fights, as Fairist found out to his detriment as he got drive-by'd by T-Bone in the previous matchup. So definitely a good reason for them to be currently holding on to a top 5 position. Still sliding down very slightly after what was a strong start on Miramar in day number 1. So looking to pick up the pace here once again.
Obviously, remind everyone, we are looking for a top 8 after the best of 15. This is day number 2, so there is 5 more games tomorrow. Ascend are working their way through. And those top 8, they'll be working their way to the grand final. There'll be another opportunity in the lower bracket. But for now, Rexco goes for a full park. And Dedrick says, nope, I can hear multiple cars coming in. I'm going for a full send off the side of the cliff.
Don't want to be flipping that car in that position. So thankfully he manages to keep it under control. And that's Ascend spotting an opportunity. Maybe thinking it was clear, but at the very least they identified a split, forcing their way towards a slightly more central position, giving them a couple of lines towards the zone should it not shift as hard to the west in about 40 seconds time.
There's no secret weapons you're talking about as well. One of the specials. As Dedrick though leaves the compound, he now finds himself favouring up a bit of a 2-2 split. We are about 27 seconds away for the next zone shift, phase number 2. Another sandstorm will be cresting over Fex. And we have Gianni a little bit on the other side. I think both of these just agreed to discreet and they're running back the way they came. I do like how Fex plays. He's kind of that sometimes the anchor play, but he can play forward as well. And he's such a key cog in phase because he gains so much information.
I like the fact he's picked up an MG3 as well. He saw Mika do some damage with that in match number 1. And we are going straight down towards the south. FaZe's Gustadav currently the player with the presence the furthest to the south in the lobby of everyone. Corexi is looking to get back to his vehicle. They might just regroup on the western warehouses for the time being because this does still have an opportunity that it could shift back towards the north. But FaZe very much central. Everyone else though is going to have to make a move, and it's Vard to fall victim to the drive-by of a doozy.
This is crazy. One team is mid-zone. Everyone else is north. Vard has been knocked. T-Bone has the opportunity because BB team just can't stop. The question is, do you pick him up, put him in the car and take him a bit further, or try and get the res now? For Esports though, like a bit of GTA, they are swinging around all of the town, and they will come across multiple other teams. Navi's in pursuit of them, and they know BB team's already out on the other side.
Yeah, it's a good thing that BB team kept going. They prioritized the zone position. They're a team that they have their head in the right space. They're not getting over aggressive. But for Vard, it would be a damn shame if he didn't get to fire a gun on Miramar and just got bodied out of his vehicle twice in a row. Quite like we've just seen Mixon get bodied out of his vehicle. A combination of Howl players at the same time as BBL try to make a move. And finally, the fight between themselves and Entropic comes to fruition. And it's BBL that loses too.
It is unfortunate. They do lose 2. Effectives though, we're watching. There's another player, takes a big hit. Entropic on the other side. Looks like Twisted Mind's looking to play the outside edge now. I think they'll be hoping for a zone shift back this way. I kind of feel like PUBG is going to do them wrong and continue to shift down towards that south side. As they do now get in their vehicles, they're looking maybe to rotating a little bit further in towards zone. A lot of teams have already sent it now in towards the town. And what an outstanding shot, though, from Lou. Another BBL go down.
The timing on that as well. Ira was just about to disappear over the ridge, but Lou says absolutely not. You've still got line of sight from the angle that he wasn't expecting. He will capitalize. BBL now down to just a solo, as We Live Again will be the first and potentially only team to make use of an emergency parachute, most likely going into Los Leones and just hoping that we get the shift in that direction.
I'd be surprised for them to get up to the top either as well. Take those construction buildings away if no one else is taking them. I like this position though from Win or Die. I really like Ascend's position as well. They're on that T junction a little bit further down. See Hell of My Bad now overlooking on towards them. I think they're waiting for more of a west shift. They're waiting for the zone to play their way. Hell of My Bad pops a few shots. It's difficult to keep cars available here, and especially as you can see just on the crest of that bottom map in the corner, EXN came into shot slightly with that blue logo. So once they arrive there, and if they get freedom of movement, there they are. They will be able to hammer some shots down. But for now, Jedrox and Hell of My Bad will do enough just to send the EXN further away.
It seems We Live Again not opting to go for the urban ending, not going to play for the coin flip that could potentially win them a game with a good bit of good fortune. They're going to take the more consistent play, going down towards the south, which is uncontested. And just means that if we do end up going into Los Leones, it may have been a hindsight 2020 opportunity missed, but for just about every other zone, this is probably a favorable position. They're not going to be able to find vehicles from here, though, and let's find out whether it paid off. I'm not sure. They'll have an opportunity to backfill onto BB team as they're going to make a move slightly forward to regroup, perhaps, or they might just look to hold out on the south, and then it really gets problematic for We Live Again.
This is very, very dangerous for a lot of teams. Early rotation, so I'll go straight towards the compound a little bit further up from the road. Entropic gonna have to try and collapse their 2-2 split now, but it is screaming Los Leones. I feel like you jinxed us early. He might just play on the outside. We might see it come on the west-hand side, and that compound Navi is. Some say they're gifted zones. I just think they're just playing them really well at the moment. Footy Sports, they're going to run straight across the football pitch. And Navi, they are sitting in Los Leones. You're going to hear these cars rotating back. And Hakatori, he's a dangerous player to be up here. He's got enough ammo, 196. It's over 2. He needs to be cautious, but especially with a lot of teams congested in, if it goes Los Leones, he might be farming a lot of damage and maybe a couple of steals.
Say we're not going into the city itself, maybe the suburbs just towards the western side. Howl currently holding down a 2-2 split just on the outside, so whether it goes northwest, straight west or southwest, they've got a position that they can try and play from. Quite the stark opposite for Exhalation. They've got a lot of zone ahead of them and a lot of teams between themselves, and the safety of that circle, that phase 4 shift to come soon, is not going to be kind to them, and nor will it be kind to Extends as he's trying to make a move away from the high ground position, but his vehicle's exposed, the tires popped, he can't get out of there, and he gets bodied from Kilyakai from distance.
That's some big distance. It felt like Win or Die were chasing down the EXN. I'm playing like a bit of a chess battle here. Out of my bad, he's moved on from his compound, seeing Ascend move in towards zone, and more importantly, the best part of that is they moved into zone. So this is outside. They've got to deal with it quite quickly. Now, phase number 3, it does tickle a little bit. Yes, it doesn't pack a punch like a phase 4, phase 5. But there is not much to play when they go past that shack over towards the west. They're going to come into the line of sight of Team Ascend.
It's dipped out, gone straight into training mode already. BB team, they will make use of an emergency parachute just to leapfrog Ascend very slightly. They made a move just from the opposite side. They basically moved from the warehouses at the bottom of the minimap right now to a slightly more central position, expecting that, okay, now that we're dead center of the zone, wherever this phase 4 shift goes, we're going to be in, and someone around us is going to have to try and make a move, gives them a better position. I like the move, I like the play, but for Exhalation, they may not like what's coming.
No, teams are quite late. Holding out great shots back from Exhalation on the move. They're going to use the train to their advantage. They don't know Entropic are here. They're going to bang some shots towards them now. There goes the tire. They're spinning 360 now. As one of them gets out, the second goes. It's an all 3 out on the road, and they're running straight towards Jedrix there, who'll be looking to try and get at least a knockdown. But Exhalation, they're going to be very, very difficult to try and survive. And Hawkeye with his Hawkeye puts down the boom. I wouldn't be surprised, Win or Die, they might get eager for this one, but I don't know if they know Sadiq still remains in that compound.
Yeah, just lurking out in the blue zone behind. He's going to stab Win or Die in the back. Hello, My Bad goes down to the blue zone after taking a couple of bullets from Salik. And he doesn't manage to secure the flush either. So there's not much he can do to really bail his team out, especially now that Gianni's up close in grenade range, just aiming at the smokes. He does have only the one, but it's enough. He gets a knock and the flush. Could have used that blue zone grenade to clear out the shack. I think his teammates did see Sancho making a move over towards it, but I don't think he's aware that Salik is still lurking in the blue zone either, so just not going to be giving anything up in case there was another solo still lurking in that shack, but he spotted out Sancho now, especially now hearing those shots as Gedrox will finally be cleaned up.
There's a good shot from them. And Gianni, obviously clear, they don't know exactly where all the players are, so we keep checking back at their shack now, making sure no one pops out and says hello. They are now continue working. There goes EXM. I think mission accomplished there. They're now going to move in towards late game as they'll find themselves resting on the outside edge. I still worry. It's phase number 4. We've got 14 teams, and with a city ending, an urban ending, we're going to see these numbers remain for quite some time.
Right up until about phase 6 when the zone forces them all out of the city, and then everyone's going to be dead all at the same time. But first, Kasu is going to be dead probably in about 14 seconds as he gets sprayed down through the smoke. We live again holding the line. And we'll flush out the one knock that came through onto Kasu from his teammate. And Shiplist being knocked out on the opposite side as well means that this just gets more and more difficult for 7 Gaming to hold this position. We live again just swarming in from the south. They managed to avoid a potential hold from BB team, find a way to get into the zone. And they're really looking to ram their way through the barricades.
This is where you're going to get a few neighbours. Depends if you like him. As you can live pretty close on some of these teams. Narving does get T-Bone on the confirm. It's just a lot more action is still remaining in that Los Leones area. But the zone does team out towards that west. That's the urban style, the area we saw BB and Ascend already working. So both those teams looking for an end zone game now. And I think arguably it's in a good spot. Like what we saw from El Pozo in game number 1. Teams like Foot Esports, they're going to focus their attention out toward the outside edge. Clear some of these players, get some points on the board. You've got to be quick on your guns. A lot of teams are in the southeast and the northeast, and it's got to be an argument who's going to win this one. There's going to be a team focused in, whoever comes out this city last.
We give it another 5 seconds or so, we'll see who's going to be favoured in this zone. I can probably imagine it won't be Pod Samolet. They're going to be struggling to make their way through Foot Esports. It definitely won't be. It has gone down towards the south. Ascends Warehouse, dead center of what is now the Phase 5 circle. Gives teams like Entropic a little bit of a ridgeline to play just on the far west. Twisted Minds are going to have to make a move, but Plinsky Botcha have given them an opportunity to backfill a compound. And thankfully for 7 Gaming, they've made a swift exit out from their building, slightly deeper in towards the zone because Hobo's lurking with the Panzerfaust.
Big shout as well for Fex there and FaZe. And you saw that little mini-map. At the moment that zone popped, they stretched out on the line. Fex runs straight north as quick as he could. Picks up a knock though. Hoba doesn't want to take any fingers any. He's going to be left out of that one. That's the wrong team. As the team for 7 Gaming left their building and run further afield. And he's going to have the opportunity to be rezzed. But there's 12 seconds left on the clock. And that's now putting the time. WLA might be not living when they're taking stabs out of each other.
The friendly fire. I'm not talking about the subs for Young Danes. They're kind of lurking their way just over to the north of this, over by where FaZe Clan was holding their line. Now they've turned back towards the south. They put some pressure onto 7 Gaming, brought them down to a solo. And that may just have given the information that We Live Again were lacking of exactly where 7 Gaming have disappeared off to. They're immediately going to swarm his position and try to clean him up as well.
I love this 5-stack. The amount of information you can gain from here is very dangerous. The only downside to it is an end zone like this. A lot of people are going to be looking at how that way. Now, WLA are going to take another opportunity to launch some more nades. This time, doesn't quite get the connection on their own team, but it doesn't actually get the connection on the other player. And he's going to try and climb his way up. He might just want to make a call to stop any frags going up there. As he's looking for maybe a jump shot over the top. Some Gaming is there. You can see a nade is in the back that might want to cook its way over. Oh, there's another nade. It's dropped on it. Oh, so close. Any is a magnet for that kind of util. I feel like WLA just need to drop all nades and let it go.
But to be fair, that one was from a fright at the very least, but they weren't making it subtle which entrance they were looking to make the push from. With the amount of utility flashbangs that got thrown out through the holes, he just aimed a grenade in that general direction. Gets a big chunk of damage, not quite a knock though. Bex doing something similar on towards Presenti. He's smoked up basically the entire open concrete. Oh, Code Marco might just buy him a little bit of time though, without an exactly 100 damage headshot from the Dragunov. It's going to sit him down. Presenti if he can get this nade right, could buy himself an opportunity.
So now make the guess of where they are. Let's go for the top floor. He has gone down. Arguably, I think Vicente knows who's next to him. He's making the push. Exto does get the res on. Now he's got the MG in hand. Will close the doors. Will back himself up into the corner. The question is, will the sawn-off provide the damage that's needed early? Or will, unfortunately, he face an end when it comes down to the 7.62? FaZe opting now to get moving again. We saw them stretch out along that line. They're now moving back towards a position to maybe play from that high ground in the corner. I really like what FaZe are doing. They're playing high IQ here in an urban environment, but they're really adapting to how quickly the zone shifts. We see FaZe shifting. They're one of the first teams that have already started moving and made it to their designated position.
Yeah, the fact that Gustav was confident enough to split out towards the south, I'm sure they will have had the information that there's been no movement or no gunshots from this concrete for such a long time, but it just denies the opportunity for a team like We Live Again to sneak their way down the hill, or anyone to sneak in from the south, because FaZe still has line of sight over towards it should anyone look to make that push. Pixelic with an M249 in hand. He's definitely been one of the early adopters of the LMGs alongside its Chris, and he's capable of putting that to some good use, and maybe thankfully has it, because there's a target-rich environment who's going to be forced to make their way out of Los Leones in about 10 seconds' time.
There's two of them as well. And do you know what? I really like what they've done. They've put the bike on the door. So if there's a smoke on the door and a bike's there, someone can't get in just as quick. Hakatori looking for the window. There's that bike I'm talking about. They can't get through. The flash does cause some damage. We know someone's in there. Hakatori's the last guy, and it works to perfection. Pixel and Keta lay into waste, but that bike, such a clutch play. I've seen it so many times now. Pop it on the door. Hakatori couldn't do anything. He couldn't push in. He was reliant on that flash to go in his favor.
Well, usually if you put a bike there, it's to deny them from opening the door. This time it was just to deny him from being able to get out from the trap that they'd set by just gas canning the entire room. Pixel put a bullet into that, set the room on fire. Hakatori has no choice but to try and hop out the window and get sprayed down as he does. And sprayed down might also be Twisted Minds as they look to make a push forward. And it's not going to go very well for them, just bodied from all angles. Example runs himself over with the vehicle, but it's going to be a costly one for BB team, because once again, it's the friendly fire grenades.
So all those grenades going off, and unfortunately Twisted Minds now fall short again of placement points just every single time. It's that 10th or 9th spot. They do put kills on, so they're still working their way up that leaderboard. They are going to be one to continue to watch, though. Jenny, he goes down, runs out of ammo though. Gendrix is there. Now he's going to be able to stick the res. That's teamwork, makes the dream work. Sancho didn't have enough in the mag to get that last point on the board.
Trying to play around the box the best that he could, but just one extra target came around. It was too much to deal with, but Entropic still had the numbers. They were always going to be the favorites to clean up that fight and take control of the south, maybe start making a push slightly further towards Ascend, who are still lurking in the same warehouse they've been in for a good significant portion of time. But now the push from We Live Again, and this is where Gustav's position could come in clutch. He'll hear these footsteps, he'll feed the information over. James lands a headshot to help him out. Oh, boom, folded shield, they can't get in. And trying to push a solo in one of these concretes is just so deadly, so dangerous. And Gustav gives him the runaround as well, catches him healing, and takes a freebie, but maybe a slight overextension from James as he got over towards the ridgeline himself to put some shots forward, and he loses his life for it.
That was part of that play, though, wasn't it? It was, I can hear people pushing me, look behind in case they stay on that side of the unpushable and the godly buildings, but actually didn't fall their way. Love Gustav Stove, denial with the shield moving around. That's two. We're seeing the new equipment being used to its full advantage on an esports. Vex, though, it's going to take the opportunity now to get a few more bandages on. They are still on the high ground, so there are still more teams trying to work their way through Los Leones. Young Danes being one of them. We know this team is a killing machine. They'll be looking, but with Code Marco on the nade, Keta goes down, correctly. He's carrying all this damage, but he's just trying to figure out exactly where the players are. He sees the smoke. I think he's going to wait and watch as he cooks that nade. Maybe he's hoping to perfection, but how their nades are pinpoint accurate.
Owl's utility has always been a strong suit of this team, especially when they get the chance to combine together and just bombard a certain position. That's exactly what happens. The Young Danes will be losing players left, right, and center for this. Correxi's looking to hold the line to clean up the last in Page, who also has an M249. Gustav cleans up We Live Again's final member who pushed down in towards him, leaving Hobart stranded by himself to the southeast. Page does manage to slip away from the rest of FaZe, in fact. Hasn't quite made it into the zone yet. He's going to have to cross a very open road, and it won't be easy. So it's unlikely that he goes on, but he's got a placement point out of it. It's better than what Twisted Minds were able to get.
That's very true. And we are top 8, so we're on the placement points now. So every extra team down, an extra point on the board for you and your teams. Zone continues to shift towards that west-hand side. Correctly, he's having a look through the buildings now. I'm sure you can hear the pitter-patters of the foot, and obviously effect with the call that Page did make the dart across as that smoke was diminishing. Correctly going to try and find any kind of angle he can, but we are waiting for phase number 8. This is dangerous. We've got 23 players up, and we're going from phase 7 to phase number 8.
Correctly was hoping to get a grenade through, but the door was closed. Fex managing to get away. There was could have been a very aggressive push from Howl, but didn't quite come through just yet. Page actually has an opportunity to get over the road if he can survive his phase 8 blue zone, but it's not looking good for him. Don't really fancy his chances, and he won't be able to make it. So Howl now just going to have no additional threats. They just have to take this honest engagement with FaZe, and then even beyond that, getting down from the ridge is just going to be a death trap for whoever survives.
This is a death trap. In phase number 8, it's going to come. For those that know, we've got a dot after this one. It's going to go right next to where pretty much Ascend is, between Ascend maybe and BB. Shotguns, they're now being picked up for those teams that remain in. How they find themselves. Drexy says, no, you're not coming in. The flash does make it through, though, but the door will be closed. There's no more util coming their way. I think he's prized and waiting. They have lost one. Don't forget, Gustav, though, is further down. So this is a bit of a Corexy infect hold. I think they're waiting for maybe how to push past.
Nail up. Down and eliminated. The blue zone nades. They've been trying to Molotov through the hole in the roof for quite some time, but now with the blue zone pushing in at the back and Page demonstrating just how much damage that thing does. Blinsky Butcher running out of options and running out of time. By the time that this zone closes in 40 seconds, he will be forced to be playing on the outside, and Ascend are more than ready for when that time comes.
Yes, Ascend have been pretty much hunkered down. Only one kill for them. There's an argument said they'd be quite cold on this game because no one's really challenged them. But you can see they're really positioned. They've got a game plan ready to go. They've got smokes. They've got util. They're going to be waiting, hopefully picking off. There are a lot of solos, a couple of duos picking around. And there's another point on the board, and this is where Ascend are going to really change the pace of the end game. Looking to go back to back. It's phase number 8. We're about to hit the phase 9. Gustav's made his way back, and they're going to take the fight on the outside. And how? Unfortunately, the blue zone is now going to push them outside, and the mollies to wait for them now to sort of give up. And it looks like, though, in effect, and the boys do not want to end it in the molly style. They want to close it. There's one for Fex. Drexy gets the second. Down to 2 now. How moving around the outside. Jenny does get Gustav. So he's been stabbed in the back. But the time is now rolling. And there's a big jump. And survives.
Bodied midair, though. Correctly getting up on the roof. Howl initially wasn't ready for it. It was good for 1 or 2 knocks, but just dodging out on the Molotovs that weren't quite perfectly positioned to deny the exit from the building, and a bit of assistance from BB team, but Fex up close with that MG3 has to reload. It's going to take him a hot minute to do so. And it's down to a 1 versus 1 between himself and Ruin. They can't see through the smoke. The audio cue's not there, but Fex eventually has to try and push through, and Ruin is there ready and waiting with a freshly refreshed M4. It won't last him long, but at the very least they make it to the top 4.
Good top 4, and Mika, he's huge at the moment. He's taken some time off and he's come back on fire. It's gone down to a 4 versus 4. BB leapfrogging using the E-Pack up to get on the other side of Ascend, and these two teams are just hunkered down. 5 kills for BB, 4 players remain, 6 now for Ascend. Also 4 players left on the battlegrounds.
And Felix looks like he might get to talk about his favorite team once again. Kill the Akai with back-to-back knocks to open things up. And Brex using that jammer pack to his advantage to try and get up on top. Take an honest engagement against Besto. Not sure if Besto saw that Brex has made this push, but Brex definitely knows. Besto, though, yeah, he knows too. Exchange of flashbangs back and forth. It's a 4v2 in favor of the Germans.
Looking like a strong back-to-back here. BB team, they know what back-to-backs feel like because they put it on day number 1. Best, He's just trying to work his way around. That's a big nado from Spyro. That might be a chink in the armor here from Ascend. It's Chris waiting on one side. Mexico using the smoke to look down. The zone is going to push both of these players off this rock. Spyro's going to be able to cover Best. Best is going to be able to cover Spyro. But Mexico using the jammer pack, but he gets caught with Best. It's a play. It doesn't go in a favor, and it goes down to a 2 versus 2.
Audio cues again, but it's not enough. Or is it? It's Besto. He's been in these positions before. He almost clutched it up against FaZe. He might just do it again. Mika got revived, but he sat down immediately. Killiakai blind and in the smoke. And Besto's on the move.
Oh, back to back. He done it. That's a call from the boys. It's 10 kills. It's another 20-point game. We know the chat is going to be slamming with Ascend up. And that was quick. He's like 1 HP. 1 HP. And it was the call from the guys that were DBNO that he's just on top of my head. Shoot me, and you might get yourself a chicken dinner. And it was so close for BB team.
Killiakai got taken down to within 1 bullet in the space of time that it took for Besto to die. It only took 1 bullet from Killiakai. But my god, 1 more bullet coming out from Besto, and he comes out ahead, winning in another potential 1v3 scenario. It comes down to another 1 versus 1, and it's the final player that is his undoing. That is brutal. But I love to see the attempt from Brex to go for the jammer pack play on the outside, but Besto's just aware of it. He's got those audio cues through the smoke. He's not going to fall for it, but a 1v3, just a slight bridge too far.
I love the play though on the outside. I love the jammer pack, but yeah, the sound cues were not there. Well, look, the sound cues are for us now to take a quick break. When we come back though, we are going to be transitioning on to Tago. For now, we'll see you guys in a few.
Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed and performance. From Monster Notebook, Monster Semruk, for game changers.
Wow. Miramar did not disappoint, no. Let's break that game down as we welcome back Falex into things. I really want to kick things off, though, with FaZe, because Yes, the zone was shifting away from them, but they were so quick to react. Both times in towards the zone, we saw them extend out, and they were taking a fight with Fex versus Hal. But then also when the zone shifted down, they sent Gustav out, and actually they collapsed down their hold on that section of the zone.
Yeah, perfectly described. We saw a Gustav 3-1 split, which is, in my opinion, the most interesting split we had going in that game. As you can see right now, look at the bottom half of your screen. Gustav, all alone in that warehouse, holding that southern side completely. And if you've seen the map stream as well, there are only 3 teams for the majority of the game coming into the southern side. 2 of these finished in the top 2, which is BB Team and Ascent. Both of these rotated into the southern side, into the warehouses, even though they didn't have Pry on it. And FaZe did kind of a difference in our, kind of a different thing as compared to the rest of the team. Came to the south as well, but managed to rotate through Los Leones and found the buildings up top, as you can see right here in the background. So that was the biggest difference, in my opinion, for in comparison to FaZe and the top two teams. They went to the Los Leones, the rest of the teams went down south. Interestingly enough, though, that hold from Gustav and their 3-1 split worked out perfectly. Yes, we see there was one team pushing out of Los Leones, and that was the only rotate out of Los Leones if they didn't want to push straight into FaZe. And due to the position from Gustav, they denied any team an exit through Los Leones, and I just think that's an amazing split, and we should really focus on this and highlight this, even though they didn't manage to win the round, which was, you know, a little bit partly due to the zone. You can't really make it out of Los Leones. To rotate down south is always really tough, but just the split itself was an amazing gameplay coming out from FaZe.
Great play as well from Ascend. Look at that play around the end. Use the blue zone. Chris trying to hold the angle. Makes the play. He gets put down. Besto puts down Mika as well. So back-to-backs. We know Best can put some big points on the board, but it was this bit here for me from Ascend. It was the call from the DB&O players. He had the initial shots on him, but they span really quickly though. And I actually really like FedEx with Ascend. They literally went from gear 1, maybe even neutral, to go into like kind of a gear 5, gear 6 in the matter of like a zone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were very fortunate to be able to play that warehouse for as long as they did. I was a little bit concerned when we got to like phase 4, phase 5, because at that point they had to play it down south. And as we know, Entropic rotated down towards the western side and entry to the south as well, and that was the only team that could really have a say about this, because it was only Exhalation, I believe, to the southern side as well. So there were only these 2 teams. Exhalation, last 2 players are only in the rotate against Entropic, actually. So yeah, I'm glad they grouped up earlier than I expected them to, even, and made sure they stayed alive as 4.
Well, that's how Miramar's done, and Ascend back-to-back. The only other team so far has been BB. It's in the upper bracket section. They'll be looking to take things in. Tego was a good map for them anyway, so I'm interested to see how they're trying to play this one. They played it quite aggressively early. They wanted that compound very much on that west-hand side. But before we continue on Ascend, Saka, I really want to talk about BB, and I think you called it out quite early. They literally leapfrogged. They came in from the south, and I don't even think they took the full E pickup. They kind of just jumped over Ascend's building and found themselves in a good position as well.
Yes, the first clip we saw on the replay package, they were one of the teams that, again, we said that phase 1, we can't really determine what kind of zone we're getting. Phase 2, even then, was relatively indecisive, but as soon as we saw the phase 3, slightly to the west of Los Leones, BB team just hit the go button. They said, look, we've got a pretty solid idea of where this is going. It's not going into Los Leones. It's not going to be miles away. So we're just going to take the warehouses. And I think it's a good idea not to drop on the roof of Ascend's compound. It works slightly differently when there is high ground and high-rise buildings, meaning that playing the roof is way less optimal than it usually is, because people will just have angles from above you anyway. So to take a position that ended up being free and was able to get them a second place and so damn close again for Besto to win a 1v3. I mean, yeah, consistency at its finest.
Well, Best is in his name. He's definitely an MVP in my heart. He's putting those points on the board, and more importantly, he's been really creative about how he's doing Phalanx. Now, a lot of zone shifting back into Los Leones when we did get that giveaway that it was going to go that way. A lot of teams obviously they went for the high side. They pushed themselves in towards the town, and it was kind of been hook or by crook. A lot of them started going towards the blue zone. Very difficult call, I felt, for some of these teams, and it feels like we're talking a lot about the teams that are getting into the end, and some of these teams we're expecting that should be in the end, they're getting controlled out by zone quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I was very surprised, honestly, looking at the map stream and looking at how these teams played, that we saw so few teams opting to go for a far west side rep or even a far southern rep. Even going around the city through the eastern side would have been a pretty good cross. There were very few teams playing towards the southern and western side, as I said, so there would have been more entries there. As opposed to playing inside the city, where, you know, it's always kind of a gamble whether or not going to make it to the buildings, whether or not you get third-partied, and then also if you have teams that have great utility usage, like the Young Danes in this specific scenario as well. I think that 2 blue zones granted a couple of nades to finish off a single team. Same goes for Howl, by the way, or even I want to believe, Howl against Pod that we saw on the northern side towards the 5-stack building. But all of these teams, they're so good with utility usage at this point that, you know, a team... They just make fun of my accent right there. I know. It is the Arnie accent. I'm not getting rid of that. It's a really tough one. But yeah, if you have these teams with great utility usage, it gets tougher and tougher if you want to make it through the zone in the city.
Well, it's getting tougher and tougher, but for this time, I'm going to say goodbye to you and the Arnie accent, as we are going to be moving our way in towards Tego. Nice quick turnaround for these teams. Now, we know the flight path is always difficult. We know Tego can always be very interesting. But for me, Saga, any early predictions, though, as we are going to kick things off, though, coming to game number 3.
Honestly, I got nothing. This could go anywhere. It could go any way. The one thing that is slightly less likely, given this flight path, is more than likely not going to be seeing Northwest Island. But then again, it's Tego. So honestly, who knows? We could get a shift that looks like it's going to be mainland towards sort of Terminal, Buksansar, and it just constantly shifts up towards Palace or Yongchon, something like that. So it's pretty much impossible to call. But one thing that we can say is it's very unlikely to be a similar one to Hapo. And the surrounding area where we saw our previous Tego matchup on day number 1 taking place all the way over on the western side. Much less likely for that to occur over towards the east, where Twisted Minds have opted once again into their new drop spot of Kangnung, just testing the waters around there and testing the waters potentially with stealing a vehicle away from under the noses of We Live Again.
Well, it's actually just favours them. Twisted Mind's still unable to get to the placement points. I think they got really zoned out on that last game because they had to go for a full send and they fell at 10th place.
Yeah.
Now, this zone, or this flight path, will hopefully give them a seeing them eventually getting down. And the red dot mini doesn't quite get the connecting shots that's needed. They're still trying to get this knocked though. Hoba eager to go, but we have to wait and see what we do now. There goes the zone. It is popped up very early in the flight path, and it does hold onto that river.
I'm pretty sure you can guarantee that Hoba taking those shots with a red dot mini, he's going to open a door and there'll be an ATEX on the floor right in front of him. It just every single time you go to take the shots quickly, you don't find a scope, you open a door, there'll be one right there. Now, this zone is one that is very much a Tegoism. Looks almost entirely like we're going on the Terminal Peninsula up towards the northern side of the island, but there's still like a tiny chance if we get a couple of shifts up in Foot Esports' favor that Yongchon could be a potential late game position that we do see a little bit of engagement around. Extremely unlikely, but we can't rule it out just yet. But more likely, I would say, that small river over towards the eastern side around where We Live Again and Twisted Minds were exchanging shots earlier on doesn't really seem to get affected that much by land ratio, so may expect that eastern part of the map to have a bit more of a presence towards the late game.
I do like the east. Again, where Forest is, we see Navi extend down that sort of section where the river splits. If it plays down that way, it's very good if you are overwatching. And you just got to try and keep the cars alive because they might be the only cover you have if no one else really takes that compound away from Forest. For now, though, some teams need to maybe look at the zone and decide where they want to reposition. Exhalation, EXN, they're already in zone. And they did fight Hooker by Crook on the off-season to kind of lay to their flag in this location. And unchallenged, a few other teams taking some hot drops elsewhere, though.
A couple of hot drops into your post box. If you head onto the Tulpar website and pick up some new gear for yourself, lovely stuff. Give you that extra little bit of a boost that you might need if you are going to follow Mark's advice and get involved in some tournaments yourself. A lot of open qualifier tournaments through the EMEA region. So barrier to entry is extremely low. You just got to be good.
Got to be in it to win it. Not even be good.
Exactly.
Just get signed up. Honestly, if you're playing casuals and you've got a group of 4 players you play with, or you got 3, you need a sub, get yourself in and on. Find that 4th player and get into PEC. We'll get some information out to you in chat. Again, 50k is up for grabs, and there is the opportunity to be seeing yourself through to some of these bigger events come later on in the year. Unfortunately, Plin will say a big goodbye to Lou, as Twisted Mind's going to be going down to a 3, and they're going to have to play Tego now a little bit more safe. They're on the east, and as we spoke before on day number 1, they opted to go for a different drop spot. They prefer the east side from here, but they've got to be cautious. It is a new change, and it doesn't look like they're settled yet with where the other teams are landing around them.
When BBL has had such a rough time in so many of our matches so far, getting picked off early on. The fact that even they have more placement points than Twisted Minds, it doesn't bode well, the fact that Twisted Minds are down to a 3-man 4 minutes in to our game. Will they make it to, let's say, should we see if they make it to the end of the day without a placement point? That seems like a good target to set for themselves. 27 points on the board, and all of them kills up until now. But I'm sure they'll be adding to that tally regardless in this match.
The opportunities now are going to be for the teams to rotate. And phase number 1 is closing its way down. We are with WLA. They are looking over towards Plyn. There's a lot more teams in this sort of south to southeast corner. They are hoping for that zone to push back their way. FaZe, Plyn and WLA, they all position up now. And it's very dangerous, because if that zone does play to the river, as means I could know ever so well, it means a lot of teams are going to get caught. And it's very dangerous to rotate from this position. You're going to find some teams crashing into each other. And you wouldn't be surprised to see a few more early deaths from some of these teams.
Hobart, with a mortar in hand, just choosing which angle he wants to try and bombard. He only had 2 shells for it, but Entropic just to the north, a few hundred meters of the We Live Again compound, where FaZe is lurking on the outskirts. They're all bundled up together. I'm not sure if they're just in a single house or a shack, a warehouse, something, but they're basically all on top of each other. It looks like they're about to take an E pickup, but no, they're already towards the center of the zone. So that would be prime mortar targets if they can land one cleanly. Whereas elsewhere, Ascend doing Ascend things, making a widest wrap alongside Hosan Prison, maybe even going up to the Northwest Island to wrap around, because they really don't want to get caught in a position like BBL potentially were toying with, taking a bit more of a direct route under the watchful eye of Howl.
It is a Ascend style of play. They haven't got the zone, have they? So arguably, if they do push around the sort of top, coming up the north side, I think they'll be guessing the island's not going to be in play, but it gives them time. They've just worked their way back the way the flight path came. They know there's going to be teams in front of them, so a bit of a roll of the dice. A bit of a different play for them. Entropic, they are overlooking, keeping the cars alive and going for a little bit more of a split themselves, not too far away. And I think everyone at the moment is counting down those 3 minutes. Johnny's tempted to get an early knock on the ball.
Don't do it. We've seen
it's
too
not
much friendly
WLA
fire
though.
already.
It's not WLA.
Or BB team. They did it as well with the grenades in the previous matchup as they were defending against the push of Twisted Minds. But I don't know. It's something to be said, I suppose, about if you're a team in that kind of position where you're expecting that you're going to be sitting there for a while without getting breached, kind of like Ascend in the previous matchup in their warehouse. You will sometimes see players just flicking their aim around between doorways or taking a few shots at a wall just to keep their hands warm for the sprays, or potentially flicking back and forth between single fire and auto, which did cost Ascend a little bit earlier on in game number 1 towards the end of the game. Guns being on single fire is definitely an issue you got to keep an eye out for, but yeah, hopefully he doesn't accidentally pull the trigger and shoot his teammate in the side of the head. That would be a bit of a disaster for Entropic.
Looks like it's Chris, final player now over. So yeah, Ascend do go on the top. For Esports have taken the position I was talking about earlier. Na'Vi do lock down the compound, or at least with 2. So it looks like 2 might be remaining as they would have dropped for that shipyard early on. T-Bone maybe eager to not sort of drop the ball too much, but as you can see from that position, they are a 2 as well. So again, those 2 teams going for 2-2 splits. I think they're just trying to hedge their bets of where the zone might play to, and hopefully find a position they can pick up some of these cars rotating their way.
What's Hamlet just scoping out, seeing if there's any threats lurking around. I'm not sure if they will have heard Win or Die pulling up into that compound in vehicles, but they'll hear the gunshots now from Extans. So they know that there are dangers lurking just relatively close to their southwest. That's going to signal them to make a little bit of a move slightly further up towards the east. They're still not 100% on the edge, but they're pretty darn close to it. Whereas quite the opposite for a lot of our teams that are just lurking in towards the center. Plinsky Butcher still just holding on to these compounds across the road from We Live Again.
Well, the big question I think we've got on my mind is, Saga, is Ascend going to get another chicken dinner? Are they going to go free winner chicken dinners on day number 2?
From their current position, it's looking unlikely. And I mean, listen, Ascend fantastic team, of course, but 4 good games in a row that have come for them, they've had 4 very favorable zones. It's very easy to say. 2 on Erangel, east side of the military island, and then their warehouse essentially being the playground for the Phase 9 ending in that one. Very unlikely that's going to be the case here. They are up alongside Foot Esports on the northwestern island, but you never know. Northwestern shift could quite easily come through on Tego. But I'd say it's far more likely that we're going to be seeing a zone that heads over maybe around where Keta is, or even potentially slightly further east.
Interesting shout as well. T-Bone's played off of that little corner section to go back over.
Oh my god.
Oh, look, do you want to take back the statement? Look, rewind. Do you think Ascend's going to get themselves a winner chicken dinner saga now with the zone shifting back to a northwest?
Yeah, do you think my acting was good enough that I can get away with cashing my PayPal from Kowo for bringing the zone up towards his squad? Yongchun then looks like it's going to be the playground, and look at every single team that wasn't here already making a move in the vehicle. 8 seat being the first up close and personal with the P90. It's exactly where it wants to be. He's not getting the job done just yet. The drive-by, this time it will be Vard getting a chance to contribute, firing some bullets, and it's enough to take down 2.
T-Bone getting taken down by his own car nearly there. He's a little bit further back. He has to readjust as he was going back on the bridge. Last to arrive now, 2 remain. Nades go over. See, and this is allowing every other team to get closer and closer. Both these teams want to clear the fight out. Beamy launch a nade through. That's a massive amount of utility dump here between Foot Esports, Beamy, and T-Bone. Unable to get more. Final play. Ghost shot goes through the door and Peekaboo comes out the other side. That's Mika. Pre-spray continues to go through. Nate comes out as he posts it towards Beam. He has to reposition, and there we go. There's an answer to the question. Ascend, they will not get a fair chicken dinner on the board, but they'll take 16th place. Playing sneaky, zone play back. They weren't ready for Foot Esports.
Oh, Mark. There are 3 bridges that remain within the playable space on this zone, and there's 14 teams that needed to use them. Surprising that one of those 14 teams wasn't the first to be eliminated, but I mean, a full commitment to the fight from Foot Esports. Love to see the commitment, the aggression coming through that we talked about. T-Bone saying that they give too much respect to the lobbies that want to play a bit more aggressive, and Navi will be losing out a fight as well. The top end of the leaderboard is coming out looking the worse for wear in the early stages of Tego. This zone shift has caused absolute bedlam.
Carnage. We know the river holds onto zones so much, but it just took so much extra onto that island. You're never sure when it comes down to Tego, and 14 teams having to reposition so quickly. No wonder why we're losing numbers. 47 players remain, 13 of them are teams on the board, and we're still seeing fights on the south side. How? Getting knocked onto Dead Rocks though, looking to try and get it confirmed. Looks like win or die on that mini map. They're sending those cars around. They're going to find a new way back in. Ahead of my pad, he actually pulls up tight. He might want to get back in his car and join the rest of his team. That's how. He got no interest in going over towards that carnage that's on the north.
Yeah, good luck picking clips for the analyst desk for this match. This is just going to be an absolute mess. This has one of those games where we're going to have 30 players alive by the time Phase 4, Phase 5 comes around, and then nothing's going to happen until sort of Phase 8 for the rest of the game, because we're probably going pretty damn close to Yongchun, so we'll get a little bit of similarity to what we saw from the quasi-urban ending towards the end of Miramar in game number 2 as well. But for at least the vast majority of the teams have made their way over the river. Win or die, we're toying with the idea of going all the way to Palace Fishing Camp Bridge and coming in from there, because the way is just shut, and Nordskiff finds the way is shut for himself as he tries to make a move over and take a peek towards FaZe.
Here comes that shift. Here we go back towards sort of the town. There we go. That water store remains.
Oh my God.
Interesting, everyone did go for the town. I think that's more of a play that they expected the zone shift to also hold on to that water for so much more than it actually needs to. In Tropic, their Twisted Minds store outside. They need to work their way in. Pod looking potentially for a boat or a swim across over by Shipyard onto the other side. So yeah, they are. Dante does bring a boat in now, so Pod will be looking to board in the blue and work their way back over. Arguably, they won't get a lot of pressure. A lot of people are sitting in the town.
When you say the town, really looking at that Phase 1, this is not the one that I expected at all. It's still mind-blowing that this has shifted back towards the northwest, and then again it's shifted and kept in let's say about 40% of the zone is still the river. It's at its widest point here, and the entire thing is still in the zone. So the playable space for the 13 teams that survived the chaos early on is restricted even more than it typically would be in a Phase 3 shift. But thankfully there is a bit of a city within it. So if they can find a way to get into that city, they might be able to survive and fight up close and personal. But getting out of that city is just simply not going to happen.
No, and just in mind, after trying to crash with a car, looks like they're going to take airborne opportunities now. I'm going to take a book out of a doozy. As, they are coming in on the other side, very much on that east side now of zone. Probably going to follow that blue in. And I think when we look at the town and where the zone's going for Esports, no wonder like they've started to push down towards the south. They did not expect the zone to go back to their drop zone.
I mean, we've seen a doozy use a glider for a bit of scouting and information around their position, but you know we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel when they're using a glider to actually rotate. But then again, Example's still able to hit the shots while it is making a move. They've had to dip down low to get out of radar range of Pod Samolet and crashed into the side of the riverbanks, which means it's unlikely that they're going to take off again, but it's also unlikely that they're going to get past them on foot.
It's they had the crash. There's a full send for them, and they are now still sitting in the blue. It's phase number 3. They can get away for it a bit more, but Pod have not seen that glider take to the skies again, so they know they're going to be on foot somewhere. I wouldn't be surprised maybe to see Pin maybe push continuing towards that riverfront and maybe try and put a stop towards them coming down. There you go. There's one. Zente is also moving his way down. Great reaction speed here from Pod, understanding actually if that glider is no more in the air, there's only a few places they can come in. One time they're having to go for a full send. They used to train well, sneak their way past How, but they are actually chasing down Quick as he is in the buggy. He's going to want to get out this as quick as he can, maybe find a rock or a bit of cover. The more he goes towards the east, the more potential he's going to run across other teams, and great driving skill from him. He sort of loses the team, does a 180, and laughs as he runs his way back towards the rest of the group.
And there we have it. The river are now eliminated, and all that remains is Yongchon, a little bit of a hill and some fields. And we've got 13 teams to try and squeeze into all of that. It's surely going to be an impossible task. Twisted Minds likely to be one of the first to fall, but Blitzky Bocha throwing their name into the ring as well as they get caught trying to make a bit of a move within Yongchon itself. Tagged down from a couple of teams, and Tab, he's been surviving all the way far east in the blue zone for a while. He just gives up.
Such difficult. It's phase number 4 now, so the question is how they got the meds. This is the downside though. We spoke day number 1 about Twisted Mind to change the drop zones. We spoke briefly about it today. This is one of the issues though. If it goes this far over towards the west, they are one of the last teams to arrive into zone, and as a result, they're going to be sitting very firm on the outside edge of blue.
Still not quite finished the job onto Example, and we've always got to be a little bit cautious when we leave a player from Twisted Minds alive in the blue zone capable of backstabbing teams. They've done a pretty good job of securing an extra point or two than they really have any right to in these kind of positions, but Pod Samolet is just going to make their push forwards. Shots in towards Entropic, lurking under the bridge. And this is a 4-man clown cart, so it's a committed play from Pod Samolet to try and take some of this position away.
Does allow a bit of pressure as well, for example. Just want to sneak his way in. But yeah, Pod, they've only got one objective, and that's not to get into town now. They do check back, though, for Twisted Minds. And they're not in zone here. This is very difficult. I think Entropic would have heard the car coming. I think they're going to reposition themselves to expect a beach push. Here comes the mortar fire because the zone's not crazy enough. Let's just launch. But Hawkey picks up the first player. Pod makes a little jump. He's going to be literally in front of them. And again, I wouldn't be surprised to see someone like maybe Janny go towards the coast and maybe try and stop the opportunity from Pod. They've taken a few shots. They've also got an argument here, though. They could potentially turn and go back the other way they came.
Yeah, there's just enough of an incline on this riverbank for Entropic to take a bit more of a wide position to try and hold without getting third-partied, fourth-partied, 17th-partied from Yongchon itself. So they can spread themselves out a little bit and to deny entry from Pod Samolet. They found a way to get just barely within the confines of the zone, but Dedrix has found an angle on towards multiple members. Dante on a position that's a little bit close to comfort, but it is also in grenade range if one can land.
think he was expecting the boys from Entropic to get the shots on the cars, and he was going to pop up and maybe get a tab and they can refocus. Now he's been left to his own devices. He has to run his way back. It's that 3-1 split we continue to see here. BB, they're able to leapfrog themselves now into the town. The zone now leaving more of the water at bay. Got teams like FaZe, they've got to maybe go for a full send here, because if they leave it in the rice field, WLA, even example, coming in quite late, they might get caught out, and I think that's the right play for them. A full send now in towards the zone. They sit themselves in that northeast corner, and they'll be waiting for a late game.
Well, the fight between Pod Samala and Entropic never really happened. Now they've both just combined forces to start poking and prodding at 7 Gaming, who's going to be kind of gatekeeping both teams at the same time, so they become the new target, the new threat that needs to be dealt with. Meanwhile, as FaZe makes their push in towards a position that was vacated by Plinsky Botcha not too long ago, We Live Again push in to backfill FaZe. It actually gives example who has made it into the safe zone. He healed his way through the entire thing on foot and has got back onto the hill up towards the northeast. There is still a position directly to the north with a warehouse that he can get into, he can survive, and there's still the fields, but it's not going to be a survivable position for 7 Gaming or Pod Samalet, maybe even both, as the push has finally come through. They've committed an exchange of utility and opening knocks going either way.
This is why I love Dago. It's a time-based rotation. Has Pod maybe overextended too early? Now they're seeing the barrage. They've got 7G, but look at this. WLA have come off that north side. They're going to send as much U2 as they can. There goes the car flip. Mock's going to have to try and lay low. Nordskiff does get Dante down. Presenti is about to go. Maybe another well-placed nade here from Hobart will stop that res. Doesn't quite launch it just yet. The guys, I think they were expecting a bit more out of what they got. He's going to have to lay low, as they're taking a lot of fire, and WLA going to maybe crest away. I like how Entropic are playing that. They're going to play it late. They're going to play in on the blue. I think they want to take the third party or whatever remains. But let's not forget, Twisted Mind example, he is also in this field, rolling in behind WLA at the moment.
I mean, it's going to happen again, isn't it? He's going to backstab We Live Again. He's going to get 2 kills from a position that he should absolutely never be able to get anything from. They have no idea that he's there. Molotov in through the door might be enough to secure a knock and potentially a flush onto 7 Gaming. Doesn't quite reach the door. And there he is on the left-hand side of the screen, creeping his way forward slowly. We Live Again, none the wiser.
It is very, very difficult now for him. But there's an argument to say he might even find himself in the placement point. If WLA leave this area, he can sit in the rice field in the north and be really uncontended. Entropic, they have to go the other way. And they are taking the fight now, win or die. But it is, unfortunately, How on the other side. So win or die. They're going to live, unfortunately, to the die. 12th place now for them. Entropic trying to control as much as they can. How leaving the safety of their compound, trying to clear also this south side. It's a bit of a powerhouse fight here. Code Marco is really eager to try and push around, but Hawkey, he's having to disengage.
There's no way Example gets placement points. This is Twisted Minds we're talking about. But I appreciate the optimism. The zone, I mean, this time around, I mean, it can't really get much more of an urban ending than this. We're going straight into Yongchon. It's basically going to be like a 10-team hot drop in Yongchon. We're going back to the start of the game, and it's just going to be an urban ending through and through. Whatever utility they have, if there's Panzerfaust available, shotguns, we're going to be having it all in the late game, and it's going to be the chaos that Tego always promises to provide.
I don't know. I know he said no, it's an outside bet, but if Example can just hold out and WLA leave, he might. There's a sliver of a chance he can remain on that north side, but for how long is the big question. We do know though, with urban endings, a lot of numbers, a lot of teams will remain quite high. Moss is going to take some shots now at Presenti, just double checking back there as he confirms his vehicle hasn't moved by itself. We are seeing Pod now make the extension, Entropic doing the same. Now Pod made the extension first time. James gets a knock. There's Johnny correctly puts on another one as James goes down. Hawkey will go for a confirm onto a pin, and Nordskiff doing the same as well. So WLA leaving it late to rotate, and they're just farming everything they can in the open field.
There's 4 full teams that are holding on to the eastern side of Yongchon because the zone has been favoring that side more so pretty much impossible for anyone to make a send like that from the west. Pod Samurai found out the hard way that the way is very much occupied. He almost gets run over by his own vehicle and he's having a wiggle, but yeah, I don't think he's getting out of there anytime soon.
It's worth noting as well on the kill feed, and if you saw, but Twisted Minds did get a kill on Moss, so he did pick up that final player. So WLA are fully aware there is someone else lurking on this north side. So he does try and play as much as he can, but he does leave the car behind now. So arguably, even if he did keep hold of it, would it have enough to get up and over without getting shot? Potentially not. So he's going to try and drop a few fake smokes. WLA, they can't get towards him. They're going for a full send now. And as you say, everyone's on the east side of the zone. And he does find it in eventually. He's down to a one shot. But he gets a little bit of a new home.
Example does have the tiniest sliver of a ridge left to play, but just look at it. It's like a game of Bomberman. Just threats everywhere. Just wiggling their way around the city. You really don't want to get caught out trying to make a peek, trying to make an over-aggressive reposition. BB team, though, taking full control of essentially the entire center of the town. They're going to have a whole lot of control. It does mean that they're potentially in some danger if teams can group up and punish their split once again. Oh, dear.
Center presenting. Look at the map in the bottom right corner. It's just a sea of colours. If it was yesterday, I would have had all greens. But if those have joined in and presenting, he can't get out. He's stuck. He's praying for zone to continue wiggling his way. I don't think he can actually play. I think he's been PUBG'd slightly there. We are going to see it move towards that north to northwest. It is trying to tease Twisted Minds into some placement points. Does need to get over. WA are looking that way, but they need to look down to the south now. FaZe going to collapse their 2-2 split. Hope we're taking shots onto them, and we can see how now they're having to run forward towards Team BB.
Not going to be an easy push, but taking Besto down to half HP and forcing him off his position will be one, essentially a solid way of starting it off. Can't quite follow it up with the perfectly placed grenade. That's one of the downsides of these urban fights in Tego. Okay, well, one bullet from a Dragonov is enough, but the fact that you can't shoot holes in the doors or blow them off with a grenade makes it so much harder to dislodge someone like Besto from this kind of position. Now, with the cover from Phil first, evening the score, Besto more than happy to peek into a 2 versus 1.
It's going to be down to how much util. Feels like old school PUBG now. There goes Komarko, WLA. They're going to be eliminated. And Twisted Minds example, put some more kills on the board with 10 teams remain. 27 left. Phil first. He's going to put some nades back over towards the team. How are trying to get themselves in. They're leaving it quite late. They don't think they'll be able to get the rest now. The zone is cresting its way in. They go very much strong towards the southwest corner, trying to deny the line of sight for BB team. Great use of the smoke wall there. And they're going to use the buildings to their advantage. Working around, BB got a reposition as well in the doozy. He's going to fight other teams possessing themselves in. It's not going to be long. Wouldn't expect Spyro to wait out here. Oh, 10th place. 10th place. Twisted Minds. 10th back-to-back games, unfortunately.
Well, told you. But surely he can't keep getting away with this. Like, it's surviving in the blue zone far longer than he should and coming away with 3 additional points from kills, just stabbing teams in the back that weren't ready for it. It's crazy. Presenti may find himself in a spot of bother, or potentially with a couple of freebies if he keeps his head down.
He's out.
Which, I mean, he doesn't really have much of a choice, but it does look like he is a little bit more active and moving, so maybe he has wriggled free. But Exhalation smoked off that side anyway, so they haven't found him out just yet.
Okay, he's definitely wriggled free. Zone's going to shift. Shifts back towards Blente's storing. Entropic now going to launch the nades in towards the sewage system. There goes Amoli. That's going to stop anyone coming up, but he needs to get in. He extend on the other side. Dangerously, though, up towards his north, though, is FaZe. You see some more nades coming back. Blazer launches one that's a bit overcooked. I think he's going to use the building. Maybe just try and bounce this one back. Doesn't quite get it, and he does go a bit short. He's maybe the 3rd time lucky, 4th time lucky, 5th time lucky, maybe. Deadbrooks is surviving by hook or by crook.
Yeah, it's really tough to cook those nades to perfection, especially when it's relatively short range. You don't want to accidentally overcook it and end up knocking yourself. But Dedrix has managed to slip away up towards the north, and now he's going to have the entirety of FaZe to contend with. They've got full control of basically the entire northeastern side of the zone, BBL gatekeeping on the northwest. And every single one of the remaining 7 teams crammed into half of the Phase 8 zone. So like we said, there's going to be about 30 players left, and then Phase 8, it's just going to be an absolute bloodbath.
back-to-back Miramar has been spicy. Urban terrain to the sandy shores. So it does keep these numbers up, and this is the angles. How quickly can you respond? BBL put down James, BBL putting down Correxy, EXN taking a fight with BB team. Everyone's having to fight for a next build and the next opportunity to get themselves in. So many teams remain now on the outside edge. BBL in a great spot. I actually really like where the young Danes are. Sitting right in the heart and soul. The Boom waiting for the cross. Great shots come over, but doesn't quite get the connection. The BB team denied the opportunity for him to continue raining out the whole clip.
Shotguns, Panzerfaust, they're all being pulled out now. Teams that have Dragunovs available still holding on to them. This is the perfect real estate for Dragunovs to hit those one taps. Everyone easily within 100 meters of one another now. Those blue zone grenades are going to have so much impact as well. Gustav falls to one as BBL looking to make a push. The phase 9 zone will be right on the outskirts of Young Danes as a doozy gets a trade on himself and Blazo with a Panzer. Salik with the shotgun to try and pick up the pieces.
He did try and send another one in as well. Didn't quite get the connection. Mollies will go through. BB team going to make a push their way. Doozy now confirmed up. BB down four kills. 3 players. Smoke will roll forward. Tropic to go down. Doesn't look like Presenti is on the move. As you can see there, he's moving on that little mini map now. But look how quickly they've got to react. I feel sorry for the observers. How? They find themselves now in a centralized building, but they are sharing it with the Young Danes.
Okay, 7 grenades in the back pockets of the 2 remaining Howl players. Dropping that DMR, switching over to an S12K as Thunder lost, forcing the push now on towards phase from BBL. They've been holding on to the northern side of the zone for so long. Finally, we've got our way through into the placement points and 6 teams alive already.
Placement points, final circle, that's exactly what we want. Here come the shotguns, Howl swap over it comes. Big push though comes in from Spyro, but no, he hangs by the counter and pops out the final couple of shots. BBL 7 kills now, P90, that is going to be one that's going to hit pretty hard when you've got 293 bullets for 10 remaining players.
He's had 3 P90, 2 P90 drops minimum. That's, it's probably too many bullets. There's not enough targets left. We've just trimmed down the lobby by almost 2/3. Only 10 players standing, 40% of them on BBL. We're not even into the top 4 yet, and there's only a minute left before the phase 9 zone will force the game to end. Schiller gets caught out by a quick peek into the window, but Iro will be there to trade.
Good trade from BB team. Unfortunately, Danes do go down and out. We're on our top 4. The zone is coming in. It's arguably said this will be the first time we get a new winner on day number 2. BBL, we've got some DBNOs. Apart from that, it's a 4 versus 2 versus 1. EXN, Sancho, he's literally hopping building to building at the moment, maybe looking for any more util he can. The remaining players, though, are in the other corner, and it's going to come down to what time does Howl come out. Sancho now trying to get to another building as quick as he can. The blue zone is going to push him out, but surely he's going to get caught. No. He does get caught, and that's the high ground. Howl, they're stuck in the building. They're going to take some blue zone damage, and BBL getting all 4 back up on the numbers.
He's still got 4 nades.
Whoa.
Oh, he's not going to matter. He only gets 1 out. It does get a re-knock onto Schiller, and Corpsebag can't get out the window. It's too small. He can't vault through it. But if he got those 4 nades out just a little bit earlier, the entirety of BBL was right on the other side of the wall. They had 2 knocked. If he underhanded them over the wall, it could have been. But BBL, big turnaround. They needed it. They were in 16th place. And wow, that was the perfect BBL conditions. Chaotic as you could possibly ask for a game to be.
Very chaotic. Good to see Howl up there as well, working their way into the very young Danes just shy as well again, so good to see them turning things around. Now, it doesn't mean we need to turn things around. We will go back to a break. When we come back, it is going to be a wrangle. It's our final 2 maps though for day number 2.
Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed and performance. From Monster Notebook, Monster Semruk, for game changers.
Welcome back, everyone. That's Tago done. That's round number 3 under our belt. 2 back-to-back city endings. Very chaotic, Felix. Welcome back in. I'm sure you've got a lot to talk about because there are so many teams remaining in that final segment.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a disastrous zone, to be honest, for all of these teams that are playing hard edge. I mean, we're starting off with Ascent right now in this clip, but not only Ascent, all the teams that had skirmishes either at the very beginning or in the first 2 phases had a really troublesome game. Likewise for Pod. Pod, for example, played that almost to perfection coming into the eastern side, but just couldn't make anything work because it shifted that deep into the city. So big problems coming out for all these teams playing on the very edge, and as you can see, you're just not getting an entry. You're just literally not getting an entry. The only team that's getting an entry is PBL, but we'll get to that.
This is very much a BBO at the end there. Obviously, good shout for 30 Sports for retracting back and obviously working their way down. Another early engagement, though, for our team Na'Vi Saga. Unfortunately for them, it does mean they do go out again. 15th place. Not many kills. Not the same start we saw from day number 1.
No, certainly not, but it's really impossible to expect much from any of our squads in a lobby like this when the zone just pulls the rug out from everyone, apart from Ascend and Foot Esports, who then immediately go toe-to-toe and basically eliminate each other first in this matchup regardless, but everyone else just having to rush and dash. It's not the first time that we've seen FaZe and Na'Vi scrap for a full send towards a compound that could potentially give them a good chance of winning the game. Saw it on Miramar as well, up by Water Tower. But this time, it's FaZe that comes out ahead.
It was FaZe, though, did come out ahead. So they did find themselves on that east side of zone for quite some time. And Felix, so many teams, I think they were expecting that kind of default ending we see in this city where it plays out either east or west. But it didn't really happen, did it?
No, not really. I think BB Team is a great example of this. I think BB Team, with that massive split that we've seen on the southern side of it, was kind of expecting it to shift outwards to some degree. And I think they were gambling on it as well. As you can see right now, perfect clip. You can see a Doozy in the very center of it, and all the rest of them are still holding the outside of the edges. They could easily freely move in deeper and potentially even have a shot at this round, but they didn't because they gambled on it. They thought it was going to shift outwards. They thought there's no way it's going to end right there, literally next to the building that BBL is staying at. So, pretty interesting scenario for all of these teams, and I think surprising to some of the teams that play very center in this one as well.
I think Felix, obviously BB out, kept very cool, calm and collective. We saw the changeover for the shotguns. We saw them fighting behind any counter hook by crook. Even at the end zone here, they opted to go stick the res.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a problem that we've seen in other teams actually saying that they want to fix that kind of problem, these kind of micro problems. I think BBL is the perfect example of this. They did have these micro problems as well in the previous round, so I'm very happy to see them get their confidence back up. I know it's kind of a weird word saying confidence because I think from the outside it doesn't really look like that big of a deal, right? These are professional players. But at the end of the day, it doesn't get more complicated than there's an actual person behind it, and they do need the confidence, especially with the lineup problems that they've had. So I'm really excited to see BBL back up there, and I'm legitimately hoping we're going to see another great game coming out from them because they need it leaderboard-wise as well.
They do need leaderboard, as I think Zagi said. They were down the bottom, weren't they? They were in 16th place, were they? Yeah. Coming into this one, that's going to be changing things round, though, with a chicken dinner. I think a good amount of kills, though, at the end as well.
Yeah, we'll definitely give them a much-needed confidence boost because too many times we've already seen in the early phases of the game that BBL just get caught out. We saw it on the first Miramar game. It wasn't even an engagement that they committed to. It was them backing out of a fight that actually lost them 3 players in the end. So to see them come out and turn their fortune around in a pretty solid and well-controlled fashion is really great to see.
I believe the leaderboard will be updated shortly. We're going to have an opportunity, though, to have a look at it before we throw ourselves back in towards the next game. And as you saw, Ascend picked up game number 1 and game number 2. BBL, they take that Tago, that 1 on wild card, slightly away. But we are going to move in towards Erangel. Now, obviously, Ascend looked good for that FedEx on the last day, on day number 1. Do you think they'll be hoping for more zones coming down towards Novo?
Yeah, honestly, I don't think throughout the entirety of this tournament they can really complain about the zone so far. I think they have good options because of the military zone shifts that we've seen, usually as Saga said as well. These are the kind of rounds that Ascend really shines. Fortunately for them, didn't work out as perfectly as they thought or as they hoped probably. I think they could have easily gone with a win yesterday as well if that situation with Pod or the Young Danes didn't happen. So I think they're still relatively underperforming, but then again, I mean, PUBG's making the best out of the rounds you have, and I think that's where they shine through so far. Not the rounds that they should have won, but the rounds that they shouldn't have. That's where they really capitalized and did very few mistakes overall.
Well, let's have a look at who's made the mistakes, but more importantly, who has got the points on the board. The leaderboard has now been updated. There's BBT starting to extend out a little bit here. Saga's Ascend. They now find themselves second, and FaZe actually getting a leapfrog up in towards third place.
I'm just going to quickly do some live research real quick, as I'm just going to go back and check how many points Na'Vi had by the end of day number 1, because I'm pretty sure that number hasn't moved very much.
Maybe like 61.
Been,
yeah,
it really hasn't been the same kind of performance from Na'Vi that we've seen, but BB Team and Ascend are definitely there to capitalize when the teams at the top slip up.
It is 61. Yeah, they put 2 points on the board, which were from kills on game number 7. So, they've been slipping their way down. We are looking for obviously a top 8 to be going through onto the finals. The remaining will be going down towards that lower bracket, but definitely worth noting. We mentioned obviously BBL, Felix. They did dump forward 5 spots. Actually, that leaderboard on the right hand side is pretty tight.
Yeah, definitely. I'm surprised they're overtaking Twisted Minds, who, by the way, are still stuck on that 0 placement points mark, which is just absurd, honestly, especially for a very strategy-heavy Twisted Minds lineup, I want to say. These guys have always been, at least macro-wise, one of the best teams in the region for so long now. That's why they've been that's why they've been hyped by so many other pro players as well, because these guys are really great at improvising, especially in lobbies like this. I'd say they have the experience. They've gone through open qualities themselves as players lots and lots of times. So yeah, honestly, I'm surprised. I'm a little bit shocked, but most and foremost surprised. I don't really have words for it. I'm not sure what even can be fixed, because I don't see necessarily like a big problem with the game style itself. I think it's just a matter of time at this point.
It's difficult because we know they're so consistent. Now, arguably, they've got 31 points on the board, though, right? And they're only 20 points away. In Saga, we've had 20-point games back-to-back, I think, anyway. So one good game from Twisted Minds, maybe not on the kill front, but if they get the placement point and they get 10 kills on, that's a difference between them sitting in 12th place and maybe getting up towards 5th. So I still think Saga, they're in a potential that one game might change it round.
It's all good. They're just sandbagging to hide their strats. Like, we're not really worried about Twisted Minds. We've seen them start slow in tournaments before, and again, they're a team that has that leniency and doesn't necessarily need to take this kind of opportunity as seriously as another team would. Maybe not quite exactly the same situation, despite the fact that they're both global partners for Na'Vi, considering that this is their first real competitive experience as a team in an official format. So they definitely do need to take it a little more seriously, and they came out doing exactly that. Today, though, hasn't quite gone their way, but at the very least, they've got a couple of points on the board, which is something to build on what they had yesterday. And I just don't understand how Example can keep getting away with this blue zone snakery that he keeps doing. It's pretty illegal, but it's the price they pay for having no placement points.
It's not even that. He gets the points away. Let's say goodbye to Felix, though. We are going into our final 2 games. They are going to be a Rankle. Na'Vi will be looking to get some points on the board. Twisted Minds will be looking to try and get, I suppose, at least a placement point underneath their belt. But it is the second day, and unfortunately, it is the final 2 games. So they are leaving it quite late. And I suppose, as enough being said, let's get into it. It's game number 4. It's a Rankle. Let's go.
It's a very different flight path from what we saw in our first couple of matches that very much favoured the military base both times around, and therefore favoured Ascend, which gave them a good set of games to round out the day, but not quite as good as BB Team, who picked up the win on both of day one's Erangel matches on the eastern side of the military base island down on Sosnovka. So they've had a pretty solid day today so far, not quite lived up to the same level. Besto coming unbelievably close on one of our Miramars. A single bullet, 3 HP onto Kilyakai was the only difference. But now we're at the very least going to be seeing different areas of Erangel in play. Most likely, there is still a chance that this could go down towards the military island, but a much greater chance that we're going to see somewhere else.
I do like that we actually get a good flight path though. It's not, it doesn't feel like it's just a crest in the outside edge. And it's actually going from an east up towards the northwest, arguably near enough through the middle. I think some teams be looking like Ascend, hoping that it will play up towards that Severny section of the map. Mines right in the middle of this drop zone as well. And again, there's an argument to say that with flight paths like this, School, Flats, Rozuk, we tend to find it does remain for a couple of seconds away though before we see that zone, as it should be popping. And there we go. Quite early in the flight path this time. It does play back towards an east side, northeast quadrant as Yaz and Entropic. They need to get looted quite quickly. And a few teams might try to reposition. As we can see from that map there, EXN, Exaltation already repositioning towards El Compounds up in that corner.
If I can make a prediction, Howl in the next probably 45 seconds is going to be in vehicles making a move over towards Mansion, potentially looking for Heaven, and Hawkeye might come under some pressure, so hopefully he'll have a vehicle there and ready to back out at a moment's notice. Whereas a team like BB Team, who we've talked about several times getting into solid positions, they're going to drive all the way down to Primorsk, take their time, come in late, potentially on another emergency parachute, and look to leapfrog the other teams for a spot in the center. Worked out very well for them on Miramar earlier on, but it's definitely reliant on finding one of those things somewhere in Primorsk.
Yeah, very true. And they're going to be going down to the normal drop zone as well, so they'll be hoping for E pick up. Will they go for Stalbart? I think the argument will be yes. I think Ascend will be looking to go higher ground as well. So we'll wait and see. For now, though, FaZe in the normal drop zone, and they do have Na'Vi, which do crest over towards the east. Na'Vi will take that kind of Milta power, mini power section. So I think Na'Vi and FaZe will be thinking, well, both of us need to rotate up north here. What point do we go? What's the timing? And more importantly, we don't want to cross paths because it is quite shallow on that east side. You might find a few cars crashing.
And early engagements between Seven Gaming and Foot Esports. They're dropping very close together for one another. Seven Gaming, again, pretty adamant that they want to claim Hospital as part of their loot location. Foot Esports not happy about it at all. But it's them who come off the worst for wear in the initial trade, but Vard is there to answer back for the removal of 8C from the server.
I do love watching Foot Esports because, yes, they might go down a player, but they don't change their stance, they don't change their game plan. They will go aggressive. That is that mindset. We are better than people. We are going to be taking the fights to them. So there's one apiece. 7G are working down. These are normal drop zones, as Foot Esports normally will go for that South George. I know 7 Gaming always go for that hospital location. There's some shots over the top. Not enough, though. Does glance across the car, and Beamy takes a side swipe, but he's going to reposition. The nades go over the top. 7 Gaming, I think they've had enough. It's a bit of a hit-and-run situation now, as they do have other teams potentially going to start closing their way past it, and he has to get back towards his boys.
It's an interesting fight to be happening about 3 kilometers away from the closest edge of the Phase 1 zone, but this is about loot locations, this is about pride and possessions. A Fright gonna be dominated by Beamy with a repeak up over the top, just was not quite ready to try and pre-fire it. And it's looking like Foot Esports, despite losing 8C first, might just be coming out on top of this. Aisha Q is lurking, trying not to give away any sound cues, and potentially could catch T-Bone out because of it.
T-Bone is being cautious. Did chuck that flash though further back. And 7 Gaming going full send here. They now find themselves in the 7th spot. Oh, there goes a pans up, but James comes in the other door. And how? Unfortunately, they're going to lose some numbers. Those FaZe take the position. They needed an opportunity to rotate. They went full send towards that Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, no, during that time, 7 Gaming, they do lose the anchor players. The final now one coming from Hospital. T-Bone, Vard, Beamy, They hold strong. They're going to be able to put him down. Should be able to get that res, and for Esports be going as a 3.
He got the drop on T-Bone, enough to get the knock, but quick responses from 4D Sports to keep that IGL alive. Iro now trying to hold the line as the Young Danes are committing fully into this push. BBL calling in the backup from up north of Yasnaya as Page will be sat down. There is another threat lurking in the compound that Smash hasn't quite identified just yet, and it's going to potentially cost him. No, Mixer doesn't. How does he do 11 damage on that spray? Only 1 bullet landing, and it's not going to be enough. He gets ran down by Smash immediately, but Pixel and Keter answer back.
They do answer back really quickly as well. He had to go straight down onto his belly to avoid those jump shots. BBL down for 2. They look confident, though, to hold the compound. But the Young Danes never count them fully out just yet. They've got to be cautious, though. How, after taking a bit of a hit, they are cresting on the outside edge. And on that mini-map, we also see Twisted Minds also looking for an opportunity to put some points on the board. They know we're now going over halfway, and they may want to continue going through. I'll be shocked, surprised, super happy if Twisted Minds get through in the top 8 position and don't even put a single placement point on. It's all kills and aggression from that team.
Well, BBL, never a team to back away from a challenge in the early phases of the game, but now hearing that there are other teams surrounding the area, just adding their contributions in terms of damage onto the Young Danes, they're going to keep their heads down, stay hunkered back into the single building that they're in for the time being. Still looking for an opportunity, though. Iro's not going to be dissuaded from taking a peek if he has a chance.
Yeah, we're going to control it. And Twisted Minds are hoping for that engagement to continue, but it doesn't, so they move their way back out towards the outside edge. Young Danes have lost Page. That kill confirmed was flushed out. They did stick the res on, so they're back to a 3. But the Wolves, they're knocking at the door. How? They're not leaving this fight just yet. I think they are just waiting for it to engage. It's phase number 1. It's early commotion, but I think this is a telltale sign that we're on day 2, and we've only got 2 more games left today.
I don't think it matters which game that we have for Young Danes and BBL to commit to a fight in the early phases of the game. Howl still encroaching. Twisted Minds have backed away from this. They said we'll keep an eye out for any opportunities, but have opted to go back and favor grabbing a position in the zone. But the 3-way engagement in the compound is still going on strong, and Howl is still just lurking on the outside, circling like a pack of wolves.
Yeah, literally circle like a pack of wolves. Having a quick look, though, if you're on Twitch, there is a map stream you can also follow along with. Looking, obviously, BB, they're going to come in quite late here. WA the same, as we are looking at Twisted Minds now. They were closer into the zone. Now they've really extended themselves out from Yaz and south side. And Perfectic's going to lay down a Perfectic shot as he's waiting, discipline. Now comes into the line of sight of Runa, but he has to launch out. Doesn't quite get the knock, but presence well known, and I think well noted from Team How.
Yeah, Ruin kind of took away the opportunity for Perfectix to wait to land a shot. Constantly active, constantly wiggling. Spotted him out on the turn, and then spots out Keter, sits him down immediately. Now Mixen should have a general idea of where those shots came from. He's trying to peek back to answer, but BBL, they're not going to sit back and relax as soon as they see that not come through. They're active, but Smash gets caught with a grenade in hand. Pixel lines that one up.
Wow.
Perfectly. Smash should surely be going down now. Oh, he's done it again. Kobe.
Oh,
Never mind.
Pixel perfect nades for a little letterbox. But he's the last player now, as their Wolves have now knocked on the door. And they do come through. Young Danes down for a 2. BBL going to take the opportunity now to get a res where they can. Pixel is focusing, but he needs to be cautious of that window. It's going to be exposed by House. He puts himself back on towards the stairs. He's waiting for the Wolves to come rolling in. Looks like how they're starting to get the knock on BBL. So, can't even say they're on the front door. Looks like they're fully in the compound.
Yeah, Corpse Bag just holding the angle for now, but Iro still doing what he can. He's actually dismantling the push from Howl. Ketpa gets caught on the move. Pixel will sit down Ruin as he's been tagged down to 10 HP, and it's fallen apart for Howl. They've over-aggressed into the compound. They saw an opportunity. They dived in for it. They smelled the blood, but it's come at a cost because the Young Danes and BBL can bite back.
There's a zone shift.
Oh, not again.
Love it. Let's go, PUBG. We're going northeast again, ascended their way down towards the southwest, and they turned straight away and went, nope, we're going back. Hold the line. Go. We're going to go back. Mika, I think he'll be looking to get back in his car as well. Still holds so much water on the east side, and arguably Stalbart. We've got lots of height in this zone, but there's a lot of teams. They're all rotating in from the south.
The zone machine is bleeding purple today, that's for sure. Hawkeye down to very low hit points, but Perfectic's not going to bother trying to hit that final shot. Knows he wouldn't be able to grab the flush anyway. He's just going to keep on moving. Twisted Minds this time favoring position towards the center. And the only team to contest with them against it will be Ascend, who have regrouped their split. Pretty much dead center of this zone. Looks like Na'Vi holding a compound slightly to the southeast as well. Still plenty of teams yet to find their avenue forwards, as FaZe taking the engagement up against Polinsky Butcher. It went early the way of FaZe, but Nailup finds a reply onto Fex.
And this is south of the zone now. This is kind of where he's expecting the zone maybe to pull back to, maybe be that Yaz sort of swamp area, but that zone shift up. We've got to clear these pretty quickly. Looks like so Diffix they put down Hober and Nordskiv, and he now trying to take some shots forward. There's two of them remain, trying to find any opportunity, but I think the call will be he's a one-shot. He's going to take the opportunity now to try and get a med on. It's going to be up to Moss ready to stop, but the util dump is huge now onto the team. Na'Vi again want to clear this area. It's phase number 2. They need to get shifting as well. Ferris though, little peekaboo around the outside, but no one is to be seen. Diffix though will completely disintegrate the building into a hype of blue. And Na'Vi, as a result, it's going to be Diffix Hakatori. So said, they're going to put another 4 points on the board.
Lads, it's not Tego anymore. We don't need to be sending into every building compound that we can see. Na'Vi cleans up We Live again, picks up 4 points. It's the blue zone grenades that just lit up the entirety of that 3-stack. Nailup doing what he can, but he is just a last man standing up against FaZe. He's run out of utility as well. The spray through the window is good, but not quite enough to get a second knock. That may have bought in some time to commit to the push. Now he's just going to try and back away, and he will just about break line of sight with FaZe, but going straight through the middle of Exhalation and towards Twisted Minds on 10 HP. You don't fancy his chances, and Fex gives him a slight opportunity, and he will jump on that immediately. Nailup down. FaZe Clan picking up a W in the fight.
Love this little hold. He's waiting the gap. He didn't over peek it. Takes a few shots himself. Can take the height advantage, but there's still a wolf at your front door. He'll be trying to control it. Didn't catch him. Pixel gets one. Looking for the second. I can hear the footsteps on the outside edge. He's going to reposition though, and he does bait the shots on. No smashes there. Smash on the outside. He's going to go for the heads again. Second peek. Third time's a charm, and he's going to put it down. The Young Danes on fire. 5 kills, 4 for Pixel. Let's see if he can take out that Howl remaining player.
Oh, those peaks from Pixel, man. It's not quite a bad boy peak, but it's still impressive nonetheless. Just a quick little burst and back into cover, and there's just absolutely nothing that can be done against it. Corpse Bag taken out. Pod Samalet claims the point, and somehow out of all of this, it's the Young Danes who was the team that initially made the push onto BBL's position. That comes out as the last one standing, and I do mean one. It's only a solo. And he's once again out in the blue zone, going to have to make a move as the zone shifts continually further and further to the east. Win or Die have a pretty much free reign to take some of those compounds to the north should they see fit. BB team may be the only team that could scout them out and take them away before they get a chance to get there.
Just a position though. Twisted Minds give up that 2-2 split. They actually come down for the south position. Most people identifying that more teams will be playing in this way. So I think they want to hunker down and make sure they keep the numbers remain. I think part and parcel of why they're not getting the placement points is they're normally down to 1 or 2 players. So it's on that repositioning and re-changing the game plan for this game number 4. The Tropic Dome, they're going to be sharing the field as Pod Samlet. They're going to rotate around the north, and as they do pull through, Pod will get out at the compound that Twisted Minds were in, but there's a bowl in front. If you do sit there, you could maybe put a car fort up, but it's very, very difficult for some of these teams. Now, compounds have gone. Yes, you can maybe car fort up, but it's only a matter of time. There's 11 teams, 38 players still remain.
It's stark contrast to the previous game. I think it was phase 9 by the time we even got to this point. There you go. And while it might not be an urban ending, teams are definitely playing like it is, but the engagement's far more isolated. No one's getting immediately cleaned up. In the aftermath, Na'Vi still with 4 points to their name after defending a breach attempt from We Live Again. And they'll only get one more chance to live up to their username. So we'll have one more Erangel to go to try and stack up some points. But Na'Vi and Ascend, the only teams that even have anything that you could vaguely describe as a central position in this zone. And by that I mean they're not hugging the edge, but they're not exactly close to the center. But that's partially because there's absolutely nothing there. It's just a wide open area of forests. And whichever is favored by the Phase 4 shift, which is to come, will definitely be looking like a prime candidate to win the game. A doozy, though, has to get this Molotov out quickly. It might just buy him enough time as FaZe commits to the push.
Right, Molly, unfortunately. The boys, but they are crashing in. Phil first, though. Last best does go down. FaZe eager to react, and there's another free car. He doesn't quite get caught on that one. Team taking some initial shots. Phil first, though, backs into the corner. Best is DBNO. I don't think he's reservoir there. The nade's going to cook. I think he's just trying to get as much intel. Brett doing the same. The nade will go out. That causes a bit of splash damage now. FaZe down towards a 3. BB team, they ended yesterday really strong, both back to back, but this time it's not going to be the case. Vex sends a nade up and over. No more from BB team. That is going to be 11th place for them.
Vex with the rainbow nade over the top, as Felix would love to say. I'm sure we'll get a rendition of that from our analyst when we clip that in the post game, I'm sure. The zone has actually gone a little bit further south than we might have anticipated. It didn't go entirely to the west. Southwest it is, so Twisted Minds will be able to hold on to their position. They'll be happy with that. They're only 2 teams away from getting a placement point for the first time in the entire competition, Mark. So not too far left to go, and it looks like Vard might be next on the chopping block as the solo to come in from the north, and another solo on the south. It could well happen. They could get a single placement point.
Take it all day. They're repositioned. That's what they want. In it to win it. In Tropic, though, Zone is now on the outside edge of them. And Win or Die, you mentioned actually earlier on, they had loads of free compounds. They actually went really far across that northwest to a northeast off the hillside and now find themselves also the same. Bit of a 2-2 split for them. I think they're going to try and retract back up to the hill. A little bit of a run now for Pixel. And it's been pretty much pixel perfect for those nades and his final clear ups. And he's good. Unfortunately, he's running all the way now in towards zone.
Yeah, long way to go, and surely teams at this point will have learned from past mistakes to never assume that you're safe. Assume that just because you've been playing the edge for 4 zones straight that you're not going to get backstabbed by a solo lurking out in the blue zone. Hello, my bad. And the rest of Win or Die putting some shots out forwards, mainly towards the tires of Ascend, but Mika answers back, protecting. That does alert Vard to the fact that there's a team lurking ahead of him.
Yeah, those shots will be key for Vard. He's still on the outside edge of zone as well. As Footy Sports is down to a 1. I love Mick. It's like he just knew someone was watching me, like little spider senses. So he did reposition quite quickly. I've got a couple of teams now on the outside. In Tropic Dome, I said before, they need to work in. They've got a 2-2 split, and one of the 2, which is the one we're looking at now, they have FaZe, who have been consistently pushing teams. They've been working team at a time now. We saw Blint, we then saw BB team. I think at the moment they see that Entropic are sitting in the bowl. Arguably, this is a really good place to play. It looks like Entropic might be wanting to get in their cars, maybe reposition. Maybe they've heard FaZe moving in with their cars. And they're just poising for the next push.
Killy.
What?
If he can get away with this position. That is a full send from Win or Die. The FAMAS. Oh, it's hard to control when you're even a short distance and it only has 30 bullets. It's enough to get 1. The pre-nade didn't land. Leosh almost got himself stuck in a bit of a presenti fashion. Just a full send into the compound, but it worked. It's breached the walls of the Ascend hold, and a huge grenade from Leosh just lodges Mika off from the cliff. He's going to get taken down. It's all up to Chris.
I'm pretty sure Leo's got the knock mid-air as well. Full send from him in the compound. Knows Mika's coming his way in. It's Chris now, final player. We know it can be quite dangerous. There goes the flash. He reposition himself. Does take a full flash. Now, Tom's head on my bad. He's got the high ground cover, but Leosh, though, he's definitely on one. Flying into the compound with a nade and a clutch up. He's going to take it away from Team Ascend, and the zone shifts again down towards that south.
Mark, it's going to happen. One more team. It's all they need.
Don't jinx it.
And then Tropic on one man standing. FaZe in a similar position as well. Grandis does manage to get brought back to his feet. They've got the revive. Almost single-digit hit points for Dedrix, maybe even a single hit point. Gustav can't quite get the better of the 1v2 just yet. He does have a Molotov to work with, but no time to throw it. A quick spray, but he's out of bullets. He can't switch in time. FaZe eliminated, and Twisted Minds, their first placement point of the tournament, comes in game number 9.
Take it. They're making the push now towards pods. It's always dangerous in that sort of neck of the woods. You can see it just on that little map a second ago. And Tropic should be able to get all those reses back in because FaZe unable to clear up. Win or die, they've been crashing their way down from the north. They've got to continue rotating down, and this is what I talk about. It's dangerous here. Then when they fully know Twisted Minds is above them, Lou was lurking, and looks like the tab now trying to play his way back down as well. Their compound is in zone, so they don't need to risk it. So I think it is an element of actually let's try and maybe work down a few numbers. Maybe let's confirm that we are definitely going to be in the placement point. And arguably, as I said, if, for example, does get up there, he's going to have some height ground that he can maybe look down. He'd be causing some damage towards Na'Vi. Would he get a knock and confirm? Maybe, but it's highly unlikely.
I'd just like to bring to your attention that both the solos, Vard and Pixel, are still alive.
Yes.
And have the chance to deal some damage once again in a very example fashion. He has really been setting the example for how to play as a blue zone little lurking solo player. Win or die fully with their back turned as they peek over the top towards pod. Leosh regrets his decision immediately, has to fall back, half HP, and Gedrox weakened as well as Vard creeps his way forwards ever closer to springing the trap.
And he's trying to creep his way in. No sound cues as best he can. Win or die, they need to position their way in as well. It's dangerous though for Win or die. They pop over, they want to try and take the fight with pod. It won't be long before we see Twisted Minds taking shots back towards them unless they go for a reposition. There's some great shots. Extend does get rocked. Hakatori though does get Dante under confirm. Danny, he's taking long distance shots towards Navi by the looks of it as he has got one down. And oh my days, here come the mortars. Hello, my bad. He gets a confirm, he puts down another one, but here comes Vard. He snuck his way in. He's now getting some knocks. There's only 2 remaining, and he's putting more points on the board.
He pre-threw the grenade as well to line up the second onto Hello My Bad. The blue zone is ticking and chugging him down, but it doesn't matter. No. Surely not. No, he's dead to the blue zone. If he got that grenade out in time, that could have been a squad wipe. Not quite to be. But he's bought Presenti a tiny bit of time, but it might have just been too little too late. Win or die, lose 2, and Entropic are on the move.
Love it. Vard with his own mortar strike with the nade. Unfortunately, he does fall short. 7 teams now remain. 18 Entropic do come on this north side to have a look at the action, but the hill doesn't present them with anything else. They've got a nice ridge to play. Maybe the other side of Pixel will do the same as we just saw from Vard. Navi, he's sitting in the middle of the compound, and the rest of that, really, this zone's quite dangerous because it's open terrain. There's a little hill, there's a couple of trees, there's a few rocks, but Navi have only got the hard cover.
Yeah, this was always the problem between themselves and Ascend. Whichever the zone favored, everyone else would have trees and maybe the occasional rock to play. And other than that, it's car forts, folded shields, and smokes. That's all you cover. That's all you're getting. And those are definitely temporary. Entropic really looking to capitalize on the opening presented to them as Vard, again, a blue zone criminal. Teams can never feel safe. They've been playing the edge, the northern edge, alone since phase 2 of this game. And in phase 5... maybe phase 6, they get stabbed in the back by a man who's been playing out in the blue zone the entire time.
Oh, let's not drop the ball on Pixel because Entropic playing north actually is giving the whole of the east side to himself. Looks like Exent. They're going to hope for it to try and play back towards him. There's a little bit of cover there. They've got a nice ridge line, and Blazer's got a bolt in his back pocket, so he's going to put Lou down. DBNO, and look at that. Static's making the move forward. The call here from EXN is to try and continue the pressure on. They don't want to let Twisted Minds in. There's a big nade from Static, though. He gets another knock, but a confirmed. Janny's also on the knocks, and Twisted Minds made it into the placement point. But how much more can they do? Static just popping a few of those AK shots in. He's got to go for a re-smoke, and it looks like Twisted Minds put some players in the back seats, and off they drive. They know they can't take the fight, but they're going straight towards Entropic.
Entropic have just finished the job. Want to win or die, and immediately Twisted Minds show up. Perfectic sits down Janny on the drive-by, and he gets the exact same response. Immediately, they might just have to get back over, get a smoke up, because Janny is bleeding out relatively quickly. One tag from Exhalation down to the south would be enough to get rid of them. Pixel's just more than happy to sit back and lurk He'll take a top 2 and then probably give it up to the blue zone. Or maybe he just go for a 1v4 against Na'Vi.
It's Pixel. It's a 1v4, isn't it? You know he's going to go aggressive. You remember, they were fighting phase number 1, right? They were fighting BBL, phase 1 to that phase 2. We saw Hal trying to crash their way in. Twisted Minds also coming for that one, but Pixel remained. He made himself all the way up on game number 4 to a top 4. It's a 3 versus 3 versus 3. And the amazing Pixel, I definitely feel like he feels like 3. And it looks like Ferris is having a little cheeky look. Is there some tippy toes on the outside edge of that tree? Not quite yet. And I look at the position here from the guys. They're on the roof. They're not holding it down. And the zone blesses them again. Na'Vi said they were blessed day number 1. Maybe they get a little bit more of a blessing in these final 2 games.
Same thing again. Hakitori's had 2 AWM crates, seemingly. He's got 30 bullets, so he's already expended 10, and he's got more than enough to finish out the game from this position. And I'd be honest, if he needed 30, given the fact that Phase 7 has centered completely on them and not a single player not in yellow is in the Phase 7 zone, and also not a single player has any cover from the team in yellow who are in the compound. It's a very difficult game for Na'Vi to lose from this position, and I would not... I don't see a way where they manage to throw. They just really haven't been anything other than clinical when they've had a chance to get into these late game scenarios.
It's been very clinical. They've been gifted the zone. It's coming down. Again, for Na'Vi, you're looking around, you go, right, who's going to crash us first? And I think everyone on the outside edge is going, who's going to crash them first? And we can kind of sweep in. I think we are going to continue to push as Isolation. They're going to lose the edge. That reach is not going to be playable, really. Entropic, well out. Pixel, as long as he keeps his tippy toes in, he might keep Ferris at bay. But I do like this style. We've had this a few times. And kind of like, even so said Ferris there, it's telling me they know that they've definitely seen him. So see how much he's got. He might just need to make a quick sprint for it if he hasn't got the smokes. For the zone, he's now trying to sneak his way around, but he's been spotted. He puts at least one behind the tree, so that's to readjust his position back to the smokes on the other side. Pixel has been identified, but he snuck his way in towards another zone.
Now, we're not playing winner winner chicken dinner anymore, so for the team in the position of Exhalation and Entropic, winning the game doesn't matter all that much. It's the competition getting into top 8. They're currently in 8th and 9th position in the leaderboard, so taking the fight against one another, eliminate the competition, get the points, and then it doesn't necessarily matter if they don't win the game too much. Or you could just go for one of those. A little bit of a self-sacrifice for Entropic to deny the points from their direct competition. I don't hate the decision.
But that's the right play. I think you put the nail on the head there, mate. This is a fight for that 8th position. And EXN, they're coming from behind. They are the ones chasing Entropic here, right? Yes, they get 1 point, but at least they get 4 free kills and an additional placement point. Right play, right call from Entropic. You're not getting into that zone. It's going to be very, very difficult. And look, what's going to happen? Na'Vi's going to get the knocks. Maybe EXN are going to get the steals, and that might find themselves leapfrogging ahead into a better position.
And if we couldn't get any more bias towards Na'Vi winning the game, the Phase 9 circle will be in the compound with them. So there's really no way that they can throw this from this position, surely. The only potential thing that could swing in their favor would be Blazor hitting some headshots, but Na'Vi's, basically the whole team is level 3'd up, so I don't think it even matters. That Kar 98 will be having less impact than it typically would in this scenario.
I think at a moment like this, I reckon EXN might just tab out. I think they're going to do exactly the same. They're going to be like, we've got 1 extra point on Entropic. Let's deny points again. Look, Na'Vi's quite far up that leaderboard, but Young Danes, they're there as well. Like, he's a solo. He's not in either, but if they start making a run for the compound, if they've been reading the kill feed right, it's the other way around. He might be able to get some points and just continue that gap. And the gap is tight. Young Danes are on 50 points. It's 36 points for EXN. So there's a couple of smokes. Wow. Telltale they're going to try and get themselves in. Let's wait this one out. We are going to the wire. No, it's game number 4.
5 grenades. If you can get in range, maybe you could do some damage to Na'Vi, but I just don't think he's going to be able to. Exhalation, best thing that they could really do is kill off Pixel. That's 2 extra points for them. And from there, I think it's more than happy to say, all right, Na'Vi, you win this one. You got the zones, and that is exactly what they do. Sosed and Hakitori combining towards the very end to sit down Exhalation, deny the chance of a push, Na'Vi really from a couple of phases ago. We knew that one was in the bag, that they had their only compound, they had no real pressure, but Exhalation outlasting Entropic, getting a couple of extra points with the pick off onto Pixel as well. Big for the potential battle for 8th place.
Yeah, and as we get closer towards that day number 3, we are going to be looking at that one. Not a bad game. Na'Vi did say coming into today that they feel they were blessed, and it looks like the first couple of games they weren't blessed with the zone, so they might have just tipped off the PUBG gods again to get that zone at the end. Let's take a quick break though. When we come back though, it is going to be our final game for day number 2. For now, see you guys in a few.
Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed, and performance. From Monster Notebook, Monster Semruk, for game changers.
Let's go back again. And welcome back into FedEx. There's a lot to talk about, but I want to kick things off with Na'Vi. Like, I don't want to say gifted, but they kind of were, especially in the late game.
Yeah. I mean, they will probably say the same thing about this round, honestly. If there's a round so far in this tournament that we can call gifted, it has to be this one. I mean, it was phase 2 where they rotated in. I mean, we all know they looped the multi-split. They came straight upwards, rotated around Exhalation, actually, interestingly enough, who also survived. It was a top team too also. So both these teams, deep center from the very beginning, didn't have to move much. Still, though, keeping all 4 players alive, Na'Vi could have gone for some kind of creative split. They didn't. They kept it all together, and that's how you play these rounds.
A lot of early engagement as well, Felix. We saw this fight here. BBL,
oh, yes.
Young Danes, how also hungry for some points as they were lurking on the doors. But again, the FUT Esports, 7G, very different compared to yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was very surprised to see BBL in there. I mean, they just got off of a big start, big pump of points as well that they gathered. Now they're immediately deciding to take this fight. I mean, it was kind of forced upon, to be fair. It was kind of forced upon them, to be fair. But still, they still decided to take it full on, straight on. And I mean, the Young Danes, they're, at the moment, absolutely a force to be reckoned with. So I'm not surprised to see this skirmish go the way of the Young Danes, ultimately, even though it looked different beforehand. We saw 3 teams fighting there, actually. So it was even more teams fighting in the early game. But we had the second phase, and it was only 11 teams alive. So crazy. You can see, these types of plays have been I mean, pretty much pretty consistent throughout the first 12 phases. So this isn't an anomaly that we're seeing right now. Win or die as well with a great breach. Unfortunately, Clear Kai couldn't do more with the position he had. I feel like if he would have gotten another kill, that would have gone a different way.
I love that that also confirmed that Leosh was mid-air while getting a knock as well. What a crash into that compound was insane.
Oh, yes.
Whatever Leosh was on, I don't know, but it did work out for them at the end. The Send did unfortunately go out. Let's quickly talk about Send actually, Felix, because they were working an early rotate, expecting the zone to go down towards the south to southwest, but the zone popped away and they instantly done a 180 and went back towards their compound. So nice plays from Ascend. They're looking for the next zone. They're looking for the end game consistently, and I can see that very early on from this round.
Yeah, if they do get the opportunity to center up, they usually will. Not exactly deep center, but like semi-center. We all know, and I've talked to Brasco plenty of times, he doesn't want to play deep center, actually. Not as deep center as Na'Vi, for example, in this one. That's not where they feel the most confident. They want to play at least a little bit edge. They want to have this breathing room of kind of, you know, have control over the round. Because if you're playing deep center, that's what you give up. You give up control of the round. You can't have as much impact on the players around or the teams around you. And, I mean, that's the main difference so far with all the other teams that we've seen in the deep center right now.
That was what I wanted to take a chicken dinner though for Na'Vi, and yeah, they were playing deep center. They actually put more points on the board than they did really across most of the other games. Look, Saga, I want to talk about Twisted Minds, right? It's the first time we've seen them put placement points on. It looked more aggressive. We saw the early aggression down towards that fight with BBL and our Young Danes. They were looking for the fights and they were looking for the compounds quite early on.
I've got to say, I don't think it's a coincidence, the fact that it's the first game where Twisted Minds have an opportunity to take an early engagement and commit to the fight the same way that Howl did, and they opt to not do that, being the first game that they get placement points. Because we've seen it a couple of times where Twisted Minds, you know, they could have backed away from a fight in the early phases, but they decide to push the limit. They take the fight up against BBL in the first very game on the warehouse, and they commit to it. This time around, they favored getting a zone position, gets them a couple of placement points, but could they have got more points if they just played for kills? Who knows? Maybe it would have been more worth it to commit to that fight.
Well, let's see who did get some more points, as the leaderboard has now been updated. You know, 9 games under our belt. It does mean we have one more left to do today, but Felix, look, no major changes. The only big couple, there's a couple of 2 jumps, and Na'Vi find themselves back in second place.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing now, right? Na'Vi hasn't made a single point. Well, they made 2 points, but essentially they haven't made a single good round so far this game. Now they come up and they get a win immediately. And it is based off of Circle. Now, they have said it themselves. They did get good circles yesterday, but then again, so have other teams as well. They're just making the most out of these. So am I surprised to see them up here consistently? Yes, to some degree still. I think we still haven't seen enough of Na'Vi to consistently, or to definitely say, this is now a really good lineup. They will consistently compete at the very top, but at least they're showing us that they can win these rounds. They can finish them off consistently, and that's what they're doing right now, so this is a very good start.
Is a good start to them. So obviously, look, we're coming towards the second part of this now. So it's the question of now, where's the cutoff point? We are seeing it very chunked in the middle, and Na'Vi obviously is eager to get some more points on the board. But kind of where are you seeing these points cut off though after the 15 games?
So we're seeing Entropic, after that one game, they decided to take control of their own fate, not feed points over to direct competition of Exhalation. Currently, that's paid off. They're into the top 8, Pod Samolet being pushed out, and Howl dropping down to be the next holders on that precipice, where the teams are going to be putting a target on their head after yet another early exit for Howl on 53 points. After 9 games, that's approximately 6 points per game, which is honestly a pretty solid margin for an 8th place position to be. And the teams that are below that, we're now getting to the point where we're not going to see what we saw from FaZe on day number 1 early in the tournament, where one big game on like the Tego game that they won can jump you up 11 places in the standings. It's going to be more like maybe 2, 3, possibly 4 places in the standings if it is in the very congested center that picking up a win is going to get you. So for the teams that are currently outside of the top 8, the likes of Win or Die, Twisted Minds, BBL, who picked up a win today and came up from 16th place into 11th, they've got to continue doing that. They've got to keep finding that good form if they want a chance to get into the top 8 and then stay there.
It is, and that's exactly right. I couldn't put it word, because the points are now starting to split, Felix, and teams are going to have to fight hook or by crook to get any additional kill, any additional point. It's worth noting that Twisted Minds even went down a position, though. Even after getting some placement points there, Felix, they find themselves now down in 13th place. So maybe they should go back to just farming the kills and clawing their way now in towards 8th place.
I mean, Saga pretty much described it perfectly, right? That was the first game that they did not to go for a very aggressive playstyle in the early stages, and you know, they had the opportunity to do so, but they actively didn't. So that was the big difference right now in this game as opposed to the other ones. What's even more interesting is, as Saga said, does that really mean this is the better decision? It depends. I can honestly understand their decision making in this one specifically, because usually you have very limited endings on these far eastern circles, and it really did shift hard east. And from that point onwards, if you do get a centralized position, as Navi did, for example, there's few other teams that can really contest you with it. So I can understand with this specific circle why they opted to go for it. That was the difference as opposed to other games where they didn't have a straight entry towards a good position that has a lot of win potential. It didn't work out in this one, but I still wouldn't say it was the wrong decision, despite them getting less points than they potentially would have.
Yeah, to keep that shift going. Let's talk about actually shift. That zone shift was pretty bad. It was going up towards that sort of northwest, east, sorry, and it did retract back quite heavy back down towards the west. But I want to talk about Entropic, Felix, because they had this wonderful ridge. Yes, they had FaZe crashing over towards them, but they're playing open field, and they're playing it really well, though, because they had their head on the swivel pretty much most of that time.
Absolutely, I gotta start off with Entropic even earlier than this. I mean, their whole rotate throughout this map has been incredible. I mean, they started off with a Yas Heaven split. I mean, first of all, that's a massive split. You get lots of information. But they didn't opt to go for a straight recentering with the northeastern shift happen. Instead, they wrapped all the way around and ended up on even further towards the east side than anything. Right? That was the complete opposite of the map. And then they had to, in my opinion, the toughest road in. They had 3 teams minimum on that northeastern edge. FaZe was one of them, and they actually managed to clutch things out. So that was an incredibly tough road. Lots of micro decisions that happened and went their way, and lots of individual firepower as well. Tough game for Entropic, and they showed why they can compete even in tough circles.
It was a tough circle, it wasn't it? Because there's so many teams in that south, and again, that's part and parcel of those big shifts going away. But it was very quick decision for some of these teams. We saw even from the first zone pop, Exhalation, they pushed straight away towards that J compound. They wanted to get secured. FaZe played up as well. Ascend started to work their way in. It was only unfortunate that teams like BB wanted to come in quite late on zone, but it still meant we had so much of that sort of south side.
Yeah, again, I don't think it's a coincidence that the teams that we're talking about who had appearances in the late game are the ones who avoided getting backstabbed by blue zone warriors like Vard, who, losing all of his teammates to Pod Samalet, third-partying their fight earlier on, spent the entire game in the blue zone, came in late, and absolutely ruined Win or Die's game. But hopefully they will get a chance to play a little bit more of that game in our final one of the day. One more game, one more chance, Mark. That's all they've got.
One more opportunity. We're late. On towards that zone. We get ourselves in. It's match number 5. It's the last game, though, for day number 2. The last opportunity to try and close that gap to ensure you're in a top 8 position. If you're not going to go down to that lower bracket, we'll get another opportunity here. Now,
that's all we've got now. This is our final match of the day. 2/3 of the way through the upper bracket. Only one more day to go after this one. So if you're a team that is struggling, you've already had the majority of your chances. You got to turn things around. But so far, it has been relatively top heavy within the bracket. The top 4 are about 15 points clear of 5th place, currently held by Young Danes. And beyond that, BB team 10 points ahead of Ascend, who are currently in 4th on 75. BB team with 85 holding down that top end position. So for the teams that are close, they're close to the precipice. Pod Samalet on 47, Exhalation at 45. Not too far to go to close the gap onto Howl, who currently hold the 8th place on 53 points. But on a zone like this, oh dear. Ouch. Ascend and Entropic, they've got a long way to go.
Yeah, you kind of hope from a Ascend point of view and Entropic, you get the zone teasing us with that military. It's like, hey, it might come our way, but nope, we're going up towards that Severny shooting range. Arguably, got to keep an eye on that river. We've seen the zone push back to the west, but Win or Die, normal drop zone very late. They're already repositioning, so is BBL, looking to try and claim as much as they can. There's lots of opportunities for teams here if they can get over quite quickly. I wouldn't be surprised to see a few maybe remain on the south side, just waiting for maybe a zone shift to the west and or to the east.
Or straight to the north.
Yeah,
I mean, where absolutely
sense.
nobody is. Like, yeah, Gedrox, no surprise to see that he and Iroh, both respectively for their squads, have made an early push across the river, laying an early claim to some of the priority compounds, priority positions. Gedrox claiming the spot just to the southeast of the plane crash, south of shooting range up on top of the hill. Iroh, if he's not too careful, could get a little bit too close, could get caught out, but I wouldn't imagine that he's going to push quite that far, at least before the rest of BBL joins him. And hello, my bad, aware of the potential that a team like BBL playing out of Rozhok could make an early move, is going to go over and back up his boy Gedrox to try and hold down that position.
It's a position to be held this time. Esports don't hold the position out for 7 gaming, so both of them are not having a little fight. Young Danes just on the outside of Pachinki. Looks like they're going to take a little break as we wiped into that zone. Now, no congestion really. But they will be aware there's a lot of teams that will be holding in front of them. Rozhok, all flats. Only a few bridges if you want to go direct path now in towards that north side. Be cautious. Get little bits and pieces. And Pixel, you know he's going to be putting all 7 smokes. I think he's been looking for a few more nades because arguably if he could have got into nade zone at the end there, that could have been very, very different for the young.
Got to be a relatively early move for Ascend, unless they're going to sit back and bide their time, look for an emergency parachute. And there's plenty of spots to loot around Novo, but they are going to start making a move early, and I think the play might be going up towards the western coast, expecting that things will be a little less congested in that area. Main threat being Bet Boom making their way down over towards Primorsk, but no one should be holding on to that western bridge at the very least, so they shouldn't be gate kept all that much and should have a relatively free path to get forwards. Twisted Minds just going to take a more direct approach straight out of school and apartments. They are taking a bit of a wide berth around BBL though. They know that that's a team that if they get tangled up in an early engagement, it probably will come to blows.
Definitely will come to blows. Here comes some more rotates. Surprisingly, Cube has not been taken. Pod will get the first opportunity to take this compound on the other side of the water. But for now, Dante needs to keep all 4 tyres on as he slides his way over. I think he will be able to get that one back. But by the looks of it, Pods are not even opting to give him a hand. Ascend. I'm going to go for a little bit of run on the bridge. I might be hoping that Entropic overthink it and come their way. Very much doubt it. I'm sure Entropic is going to go across to the west.
Now that I see that and what they're doing, that is an alternative. That could be what they're planning. I'm sure Ascend are not above a bit of a bridge camp for a few freebies. And we know they're M249 enjoyers, so if they've got one of those, it's a perfect weapon to have if you're going to be spraying down multiple vehicles. 8C though, sat down, maybe on a bit of a drive-by from 7 Gaming, but just a quick smoke and a revive, he should be more than fine. But it will delay Foot Esports from making a slightly earlier move than what they would have potentially hoped to have had.
Here's a move. We've seen these teams work their way in. I kind of like the position here from Winnell Donway. They moved quite early. Remember, North George is their drop spot, right? So they got the freedom, and they know when zones pop like this, they want to capitalize and take it away or take the opportunity for other teams. So they'll be looking for some loot. There might be some down, and I suppose they'll be relying on the other 2. Exhalation, they're going to rotate in quite slowly as they ziki their way down. I think let's have a look at the granny house now. I really like this area. Kind of actually prefer the 2 up on the hill, kind of where we see Lou and that sort of garage compound, that warehouse. I like that 2-2 split. I'm not a fan of the granny down the bottom here because Sadik, he'd be looking over the top. There goes some shots back as Perfectix. That's kind of where you expect teams to play in. I don't think he's going to be ready for this one though, because the teams are cresting over the top. He tries to escape and Sadik will put him down. So Twisted Minds going to be losing one early. Would have been supportive if their split was maybe north. Leave this granny, let someone else crash it.
Well, not ideal for Perfectix to be losing his life like this again. Just the wide split from Twisted Minds left him slightly too exposed. Weren't able to spot out that Exhalation were lurking and just get out of danger quickly enough. And so Exhalation will take the point. They'll take the position. And it's just in time as well, because FaZe Clan were lurking. So if Exhalation took any longer to find that opening knock and decide to commit to that push, they could quite easily have been shot in the back while they were deliberating on how to make their approach.
And the thing is as well, FaZe have got the information of who's in there. So they've seen the vehicle. I wonder if he's going to go try and take the shots. They will try and reposition. He's been disciplined. No, he's going to rain out a couple of those mini shots. I think FaZe, they're cool now. Behold this compound. Maybe try and get that highway at the top of Yaz. If teams do opt to wrap round, don't take the bridges. There's only a few other opportunities of how you get in towards zone. Next end, they've gone for a wide wrap as well. Blazer has gone to extend another 3-1 split here from a team. Seems to be the trend here for 2024 at the moment.
It's definitely a strong positional advantage that you can get yourself by running a 3-1 split. The downside is you're on one side of it. So if you have a team that sniffs that out and is confident enough that their information is correct and valid, then they will punish it. And BB team has definitely been the prime example of that really throughout the entirety of this competition. Not too sure about locking himself into the bunker this early on. So hopefully he can get back in that UAS and get out of there. Otherwise he's having a bad day.
It's only a bad day. You're only in danger if you're a solo if Best from BB team still active.
Unlucky Ascend.
And they did go the other way. Yeah, you got to take it. We're trying to generate an opportunity, but they are also going to be running short. That means they're going to be running towards zone now, and with the zone going past, I think it's a let's get in the vehicles and get rolling. 4 meds. Let's go. The guys, I'm sure they've got enough, but they've seen that the balloon in the sky, and they're like, damn it.
They even left the vehicle spawns there just to really try and sell the fact that no one had been through this way. But yeah, just seeing that chopper coming in will confirm that their time has been somewhat wasted, although it was spent in the opportunity of potentially 4 points and a bit more freedom to play on the southern edge of the zone. So maybe not all that much of a waste, but it's still a long route ahead of them, and Entropic will be getting there ahead. The extra velocity that you get from attaching yourself to a flying vehicle, a little bit more than you get from doing it the old-fashioned way on vehicles on tires.
I love the fact they look back at the bridge, they could see the cars. They were like, yeah, and we knew you were trying to do big plays on us, but yeah, we are going airborne in towards this zone. It does limit the options now for Ascend. Actually nice to see they are rotating more on this sort of left side. They're going around the west. They're going to crest past sort of Pachinki. I think they're going to have a little look maybe at the port, that sort of bridge that goes on towards Q compound, but there's no rush. There is still some of the south side in, so they might arrive. Mika might actually arrive airborne at the rate he's going. But back towards the other side of the zone. EXM, I've got to keep these cars. There goes that zone shift. Looks like it has gone north. And Salik and the rest of the guys from EXM, they were getting ready to get shifting quite quick.
Well, they fought for this position. And Exhalation, they've done it a couple of times. They're going to go for a vast split, looking to try and expand their hold a little bit more towards the center itself. Plinska Butcher and the Young Dane's going to go back and forth. Coming up over the hill from Roshawk. This is our first and second place squads from the Open Qualifiers round of 16. And it's Rista, the man who 1v3'd to give his team a chance earlier on Miramar, that will be falling. They're going to have to move on without him.
They are. Could actually pick it. Traffic will take the petrol garage. But how? Not too far behind. I think they've done put another re-pick-up back up, but Nades will come in. That's going to tell them exactly where they are. I feel like Johnny's trying to get up on the wall, but very dangerously. He's going to get picked up by other teams rotating their way around. Focus point needs to be back towards the bridge on the east. Stop Howl getting as close as they can towards that petrol garage. Kind of lock it down. You know you're going to come under a bit of fire in this position here. With phase number 2, it's about 11 seconds before we start seeing that one now work its way in.
And that's, again, the issue. Howl makes a play to get towards the center. They're even running a 2-2 split this time, but just an emergency parachute directly onto their roof. They don't have the vehicles in position to get out of there in time, and Entropic picks one off. He has to run back on foot. Maybe a bit fortunate to have even successfully made it back to the safety of the rest of the squad. But it's another early loss for Howl. Remember, that is the team that's currently holding on to 8th place. So wherever they get eliminated, if they don't overtake the team ahead of them, which is Entropic, just 1 point ahead on 54, then that is the target for the rest of the squads to try and overtake and get into the top 8 by the end of the day. But Kolpsbag doing what he can to try and turn their fortune around with a long-range headshot with the Dragunov.
Let's go back to that nade. Code Marco, as it landed that nade in that Petrogard, you got a knock in Tropic. How might really change their position? They're very well aware of the leaderboard and who's sitting in front of them, and more importantly, who's behind them. And that's this team here, Pod Summoner. They're in the shooting range. Foot. They're lurking their way in. You can see T-Bone's on that south side. Beamy, he's holding up that sort of bunker. And north of them, they have the opportunity now just to look back over. And Pod, I don't even think they know that Foot Esports is that close.
Creeping up. They definitely got their back turned. Whether they got here in vehicles, it looks like they did, but it just depends on how far away they were before they cut the engines. Really doesn't seem like Pod is paying too much attention to their northern side, and even making a move out of there. Presenti will be left a little bit lagging behind. T-Bone keeping full tabs, and if he stands still for even a second, he might just get pounced on. But I think he's spotted Brexco making a move in on the back line, and that's just going to signal that Foot, they've got to get out of there, because 8C is under a lot of pressure immediately.
Yeah, and someone had the intel, so hard break for them. I'm going to try and get, and 8C's going to have to go back to his boys. That's going to alert Pod some of that. And actually, there are players here. T-Bone now is the only one. The zone shifts back down towards the southwest. Shoot range is still remaining in. Ascend need to get rotation again. They've got a wonderful section just outside of shooting range on that hill. Maybe take the bunker, but it looks like Ascend's going full send. I think they've gone in towards the trench though. As FaZe, they're going to rotate their way between Twisted Minds and 7G.
Now this quite recently became a much more playable position just before the release of Rondo with those hidden rooms. It's an incredibly playable position. It gives you a whole lot of cover. Very difficult to land utility inside, but if someone can, then it's pretty much doomed. But right now, 7 Gaming holding the split between the secret bunker and the solo yellow over just to the west. It's going to be putting the pressure on towards FaZe Clan, throwing out what utility they have. Although, with all the line of smokes and the threat that lurks on just about every angle around, it's unlikely they'll be able to secure any flushes unless they manage to get a perfect grenade for a squad wipe.
Yeah, they do need a perfect nade. FaZe won't drop the ball, but they can't really extend either. Too many teams are around, and even a team like Twisted Minds, they might also try. And that's a good nade. Does come through the hole, not too far down the stairs. They're going to have to now get a med back on. But that one's perfect. Gustav Kobe does pick up one, but now see if he got another one to be able to launch it in. There it comes down. Doesn't quite go through the door this time. The smokes are going out, but it's going to be a full send. He goes to try and run them over, but he goes underneath. I thought FaZe was going to park the car on top.
That's one way of doing it, I suppose. I've seen Flood fall victim to that. Just park a car there, throw some Molotovs down. There's nothing they can do, but they get swept aside. Just FaZe enough smokes to survive the initial onslaught of grenades. They make the push forward. They claim the spot for themselves. It gives them a little bit of extra cover, and Gustav with the UMP, now top damage dealer in the game so far. Surely they can't keep that up.
Oh, no way. Goodness, in the way around. The send going for a seat swap. There's 1, 2
He's
confirmed.
in the car.
And down and out. Mika's driving back around the top side. The send late for the zone. Just driving around for free at the moment, and we're taking a lot of damage. There's a little ridge, so Mika might just try to hunker down. 7G. They're going to launch out as many nades as they can. They're down to a 2. I don't think if Mika knew maybe it's a 2-on-1, you know he might have gone for it. But unfortunately, there's no intel. Late to the zone, and now sort of trying to gather as much as he can. He's going to find an opportunity to try and survive, but with teams like Na'Vi, who are sitting on that edge plate, eventually, if it does calm down, they will be able to look down upon Mika.
Give it 15 seconds. We'll see who is looking the best to come out on top, because once again, we're in a position where it's open fields, very limited actual playable areas. Na'Vi, they've found a bowl to work with. FaZe, they've got the underground secret bunker. And over to the east we will go. Twisted Minds lurking, but I mean a mortar or a grenade, and they're pretty much done. Up to the north, there is still a warehouse, a couple of shacks that are available, but Exhalation giving a gift and an opportunity to hold on to their position and try and deny other teams' entry to the fields.
I love it. Corrects his eyes. I do not want to be in there. There's too much mortar fire coming in. And all those smokes in the middle of the field. He's going to be a bit of a target. Not seen too much of him today. Kind of holding out the bottom side. They're making an extension now. They're going to run the line, expecting to try and get themselves to the dip here. But the shield, the bike, may be enough to provide some cover. But arguably, it's going to also provide a bit of difficulty trying to get themselves out of this little trench.
At the very least, they've got the cover. It's more than Twisted Minds have. They've got a couple of vehicles to work with. Young Danes may be wishing they had a little bit more than just this singular building, but 8C actually gets tagged down. It's BB team from miles away. It's causing problems as they try and commit to this push. T-Bone, the last man standing now for Foot Esports, has to try and get the better of Keter in the 1 versus 1, but the smokes cutting his vision. 8C going to feed over whatever information he can. It won't be much, but at the very least he can dip over, secure the flush onto Mixon. And this is what we're talking about. T-Bone, maybe day one, might have gone for that res, but gonna try and play selfishly. Gets the kill first, but he does get traded out. Keter's grenade, and it's a trade. BB team will have to walk away empty-handed.
They are taking the section away, but here's a section that's still not in zone. Ascend, unfortunately, do get picked actually from the trench in the middle. Fex able to peek out his little head from the cubby hole. It does put down Ascend, so they're going to fall out now, 14th place. 13 teams remain. Zone very much on that top side. Very, very dangerous for a lot of these teams to have to try and work their way in. Don't really get an opportunity to break. Smash now with the AWM. Be very fixated now on Team BB. I think it's more to ensure they don't come crashing their way, because that 2-2 split, they are a little bit in zone.
Gonna have to try and find some way to get in. BBL is gonna force them to make a move up towards the western side of the zone, where you can only hope that Pod Samulet have made a move further around, otherwise it's gonna be very limited space for them to work with. Howl gonna have to take the fight up against We Live again. He's gonna wrap around behind them. Corpsebag's position is not looking particularly strong anymore, but Ruin thankfully has his back, sits down Hober as he goes for a drive-by. And somehow, anybody's has ended up on the roof above Entropic. A bit of a taste of their own medicine. Gonna hop straight down. Mid-air! Hawkey just got
360
dominated.
Spin. Let's go. Jeez. And obviously, Entropic will be reading that kill feed. They know How is pretty much close to them, so they'll be eager to clear this one. But they've got to clear it pretty quickly. How go out, 13th place now. They now find themselves on the outside edge. They're going to focus down. Zone really favouring down towards FaZe. I think the question is, how much can FaZe actually do from that position? I'm eager to see how many cars come bolting in for that spot. BB looking to go first. Navi's on the outside edge as well. Don't even have to hear yet as they come over the top. Will it fall the same fate as Ascend? The smokes are there. Drive through, maybe get a run over, but they can't crash themselves. There's a full sin. Catapulted out towards the day as they go down. They do pick up 2, but Navi remain as 2. And here comes more barrage from other teams on the outside edge. Anything they can do. The carport's falling apart. Get the smokes out, lads. Navi holding on.
If there was ever a time to add a C4 into esports, strap it to a vehicle, just send it here. Navi, it would be a nuclear explosion just outside. But even with the wall of smokes, just too many angles. It's not even just Navi, but everyone in the zone is peppering those cars. BB knocked out of them. The vehicles are exploding. They just can't get into range. But this might work out well for BBL. They still haven't recovered fully. They've still got revives to get. The grenade's going just a little bit too far. Or just too short. Navi, there's no way that BBL isn't going to clear them all. Iro's grenade gets one. Sheila follows it up. And so said, minimal hit points. Any little hint of damage and he's gone.
He needs to be careful. He has got a med back on now, but unlike the aggressive push that we saw from BB team, slow but steady. BBL Esports will clear the position, store outside the zone, trying to find a car that's free. There's a one that's rolled straight on past, though. The cars we've seen empty rolling past zones now. Except they're going to work there with the angles down. Twisted Minds taking up the shack. It's only a matter of time before the U2 starts coming in. Sadik trying to push forward. The nades coming out though from Twisted Minds as Duelins. He's going to work his way back in. Ayush, no, he has to actually get a knock himself. So we are seeing a bit of a sandwich now, and Twisted Mind find himself a little bit of a fill-up.
Yeah, just lurking in the shack, doing everything that they can to survive, but when you're getting pushed from multiple angles, it's very, very rough. Pod Samulet, No. I'm Sancho around the side. Perfectly timed flashbang. Twisted Minds eliminated outside the placement points. Funny that. But Pod Similar tried to make a play just towards the dip, just north of the secret bunker where FaZe was lurking. They had a single player holding onto that spot. They ended up getting wiped, and now FaZe, now that the hilltop is out, now they feel a little more free to get a little aggressive down towards the south. Smash might be the next victim, and BBL just getting shredded from the push. But no, he pops out of the smoke. He gets one down, but the trade is there from Fex.
That got the freedom of movement. How have FaZe been able to get out the cubby hole? Like whack-a-mole, they're out. They're running towards the south zone. The hill's gone. They're going to try and conquer as much as they can. And Tropico looking to do the same. But look at this, and he's right underneath. 12 kills is a massive push already, as they are looking for some more. 7G looking to come return the favour as they felt the wrath of FaZe early on. They will share the same side of the road. So is Blinn. They need to have a big game here if they want to close the gap in that middle table.
Yeah, that grenade from Grandis denying a couple of revives from FaZe Clan. They have heard the pull-up from 7G. Just further down the road to the west, they had to immediately turn. No chance to heal all the way back to full. Gustav and Fex about half HP each, but it's enough to sit down Grandis, eliminate Entropic, turn back around and find a Plinskaya pushing them, but they're getting demolished. Another headshot through the window onto Lukarux, and Fex. 7 kills. No way.
Let's go, Fex.
10 kills for Fex.
Let's go, Fex. The Welsh Dragon laying down the fire. And massive play. He was under pressure, but he pushed towards the cover. But back on the other side of the zone, we're seeing a top 4 scenario now unfold. EXN under pressure. Will or Die have sandwiched their way in. They've understood the Blazers on the other side, and they've got to split here. The two in the shack have gone. Will or Die can control only 1 kill, so the polar opposite compared to FaZe. But they'll be looking to try and get a winner chicken dinner if anyone can extinguish the Welsh Dragon.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Fex probably shouldn't have won that fight. And he's not going to win this one either. The Molotov will make sure of it. A fright secures it with a quick bullet to the dome. But my god, taking a fight on multiple angles. They got rid of Grandis. They had to take the fight against 7 Gaming. Turned around and a 3-man Plinskibocha pushing them. And they just get absolutely put in the bin by Fex. Coming out huge. It's a top 4 for FaZe. 16 kills. That's a 20-point game. Puts them exactly on 100 by the end of day number 2.
Insane game. And got to remember where they came from. It was all in the trenches. It was all in the bunker. And when the zone shift came out, how did they be able to run open terrain and pick up more kills?
It was just the fact that the hilltop to the south, that high ground, was no longer in play. They felt that they had the freedom, or at least an opportunity to take a risk, and they did exactly that. Xstans, though, sitting the boom down. I don't even think he was taking a risk to take that peek. He just got completely deleted. Can't quite grab the revive on Gedrux just yet, though. And 7 Gaming, they sensed an opportunity. They needed an opportunity, and one has been presented. They're currently in 16th place. They have a chance, if they can clean up this final engagement, to come out ahead and turn their fortune around in a big way.
The biggest win out of this is going to be EXM, right? Exhalation, though, they are sitting just shy of 8th place. The teams in front of them already down and out. They're looking to close the gap, if not leapfrog ahead. But with that zone shift away, there's a big ask now for Blazer. He has to work his way down, and win or die, they are fixated to the north.
The boom still slowly bleeding out. He's very slow, in fact. I would have thought he would be gone by now, but still no chance for Blazer to get over and grab that revive. But yeah, Fright starting to creep his way over towards the west. And it will be Blazer who will be the first to come under fire. Has to dip back down behind the vehicle now. Can't even feel safe behind his rock for cover. All 4 of the remaining players in the lobby. Eyes fully trained on him, and he's outside the zone as well. So Exhalation, more than likely, the next to die. But a Fright is turning his attention, putting some utility in towards win or die. But the folded shield almost buys a chance, but the grenade is good onto Gedrox, and so is the second one, and somehow Blazor ends up in 2nd place. He will be sprayed through the smoke, no doubt, or bombarded with grenades, and it will be 7 Gaming to walk away with a win, surely.
You'd hope so. And the information now gained, there's another point on the board for that. Takes him to 4th place. Because remember, though, Daboom would have said, as someone, the guys are split. So Blazer might be looking to try and get a knock. He's got a deployable shield, and they are really pushing this one. That means they could potentially fall on the sword. He just needs to pick a knock, though, at the last minute.
And they've separated. They've given him a chance to take 2 separate 1v1s, which I'm not sure when you're, especially when you're up against a bolt action. But time is not on his side. The blue zone is going to start forcing his hand very soon. And a Fright trying to set himself up with a bit of a wall of smokes to get in range because he still has utility to burn. And the first one almost gets the job done. Surely the follow-up would be there.
Don't really have the util, do they? Unfortunately, the blue zone is
going to
favour him. He's going to deny. He knows the team's chasing him. It's that nade. That was a killer nade from them. 7G, they're going to put the first winner chicken dinner. A team which was very strong in the qualification stages. It's only 4 kills. It's a 14-point game. But arguably, it was a very, very strong day. Let's welcome back, though, Felix, the man, the analyst, Arnie, as you like to refer to him, because we've got a lot to talk about. Especially, let's just chat about that last game. It was a bit manic. There's a lot of action. But Felix, I want to talk about FaZe. Like, how did they get out of that trench free?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was quite surprised myself, to be honest. I mean, good utility users as we were known from FaZe, but to be honest, I was really surprised to see them put themselves in that place in the first end, right? I was surprised they're not more proactive in the face even before then, spreading out a little bit more, making sure that if that northern shift happens, they have another place to be. And that was what I was most surprised with. I think everyone, you can see Ascend as well on the other teams that were playing up towards the northern side. I think BBL as well, for example, even Na'Vi, they committed towards a northern shift, a southern shift so early that I think all of them were very surprised when it did go another way. You can see Na'Vi, I mean, they had that car forward, I believe, in phase 2 already. So at that point, you're already committing to a northern shift because you're not using these vehicles anymore. There's no way to get across the street. If the zone doesn't shift your way as Na'Vi, you're literally lost in transitions. There's no way you're ever going to get somewhere else in the zone. And sure, they got gifted. I don't want to say gifted, but they got at least breached by a couple of teams and were able to secure a couple of points. But if that wouldn't have happened, that would have been a disastrous round for not only them, but for all the teams that committed towards the southern side.
Definitely felt like the cars were exploding and rolling down the hill for them as well. But BBL took a little bit of a different approach to it. They sort of cruised on down after using the util, learning a lot from BB team. So I said, was the remaining player, and it was a matter of time. It definitely was a fight. A lot of these teams, like a lot of fights, open terrain, a lot of players really extending out to try and get any kills they can.
I think when BB team, we'll use them as the example, but when they have looked good in their games where they've come out ahead, we've always given them a ton of credit for the timing of their aggression and not overplaying their hand. Even if they have a position which we consider like decent to strong, they're not over pushing their hand until they know it's safe to do so. And it's kind of the same situation for FaZe. When they send 4 people into the secret bunker or Na'Vi building a car fort, it's all about waiting until that massive hilltop, that massive ridge to your south and west is no longer in play, and that frees you up from so many angles so you can actually start using some of your players and your mechanical abilities to push out, find these fights. I still would not expect anyone to do anything as absolutely brazen as this full send push down towards the south, but it works out extremely well. Fex with 10 kills, that's probably a record for the event so far. It's pretty close. I mean, Hakatori and Sparking have contributed, but Fex just outdoing them all.
It was strong though from Fex, and even like the flash, like he knew exactly where to run at the end. Like it wasn't even a thought process; it was just mechanical. Boom, get across to that hard cover. If I have to survive out the flash, I can do, but let me do it with at least some cover. Aggressive start at the end. I think Middle die, and it wanted to really take out that final player from EXN, and I think this nades that was the end zone for Blazer, and I think that's the right call. Felix, a lot more teams now going towards the blue because they're denying the points, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, unfortunate for 7 Gaming. This is their first top 3 finish in Brutality. They had a good clearing of FaZe, especially when I say, I mean, even though FaZe had a massive points game, they still had to be cleared. Sure, it was only 1 player at that point, but if you don't clear him fast enough, first of all, it's still a FaZe player who at that point had like 10 eliminations, so you still have to be careful of him. And second of all, you can't play freely as much as you wanted to if he's still alive. So that was a good Molotov coming out from 7 Gaming, and then the immediate reposition and refocused. Right, as soon as that FaZe player was gone, immediate refocus towards the northern side, grab as much space as you can, and make sure you get into that third party between Exhalation and Win or Die. And that's what they did. good nades, though, coming out from F-Right as well. We gotta highlight him. These two nades to take out Win or Die in the ridge line just below them not only secured them very important frags, because they didn't have a lot at that point, but also made sure they could fully focus on the last player standing from Exhalation.
Well, they are going to take a winner chicken dinner, and with only 4 kills, it's a 14-point game. But let's just talk mid-table, because look, Ascend, BBL, Na'Vi, they're all up there, right? They're all contending for the top spots within the top 8. Is 7 Game is really the first team that's put a winner chicken dinner that's in that mid to low pack. So that's a big difference for them, Felix.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, they came into this game as the very last place, right? That's something you have to acknowledge. To still go out like that and make sure you win a round that had one of the toughest circles so far we've seen today, right? A round where if you don't get a position in the early game, that's why we saw so many teams commit towards the southern side, right? Get an early game. Same for FaZe, actually. FaZe and Na'Vi both committed to a very unusual spot early, because if you don't get these spots early, they're going to be gone, and there won't be any way to fight in. There's not a lot of foot rotations you can get in from, and if you lose the cars as well, there's no position in it at all. So, yeah, a great stuff coming up from both these teams. 7 Gaming finally showing where they're in this lobby and where they qualified as well. They do have the individual strength. I don't yet see the confidence as much as I would love them to have it, though, right? We still see they're sometimes scared of taking the only ones. You can see Ishak, he was at that ridge line trying to fight Win or Die for so long. He knew there was a knockdown there, but he still didn't have the confidence to actually make that push. And then he kind of fell back. That was the good decision. If you don't have the confidence, don't go for it. But if you really want to grab the top spots, you want to qualify as a top 8 team, you need to have that confidence down. You need to not be afraid of taking only ones as well if they're needed.
It is confidence needed. Saga is one of the teams I want to talk about confidence, though. Exhalation. Actually, Felix mentions about these teams rotating earlier, and they're one of the teams we saw them actually crashing Twisted Minds quite early, but yet they continued that sort of shift into the zone. They're not scared to push when they need to push. They're just shy outside of those top spots at the moment. Be interesting to see when the leaderboard updates. Are they making it? But I like what they're doing at the moment.
Yeah, they got a somewhat of a favorable shift when we did go back over towards that open field, and again the timing of their aggression was very good because FaZe was creeping up behind them, and when they did clear out Perfectix and claim that spot, a few more seconds of lingering and it could have been disastrous for them. But the fact that they're able to again take the opportunity that was presented to them by a favorable shift, not get too caught up in all of the chaos and the hectic madness that we saw basically everywhere else, where the likes of Pod Samolet tried to make a send in towards the center and got dominated by FaZe Clan, who were holding a bit of a 3-1 split, and just taking their time, getting themselves up into a second place and playing it slow, because again, we're not playing winner chicken dinner. You don't have to win every game to qualify, and you don't need to be in the top 1 or 2 slots like you might have to do later on in the tournament. It's only top 8 that you need, so consistency is the key, and they've done well to keep it that way.
Consistency is key, and it's that balance between placement points and those kill points. Let's have a look at the leaderboard, though, as it has updated after our 5th game today. That is game number 10 under wraps. And I think the big question for me is, does Exhalation, have they pushed themselves now in towards a top 8? Let's go have a look at the leaderboard, though. So we'll bring it up on your screens for everyone now to have a look. Felix, and there's the big number. EXN do make it in.
Okay.
I want to talk. Let's talk very quickly on the right-hand side of the table, right? It is pretty tight. Look, some of the teams on the bottom, yes, they need a really, really strong 5 games tomorrow. But arguably, there's a little pack there that will still be fighting for every single point come tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite a big pack, actually. If you look at the difference between the 5th place and the 10th place, for example, or even the 9th place, it's barely 10 points. That's one good game, so it's still very much open, as usually it is with 5 more games to go. I think even for Esports, we've started off so well. There's so many good opportunities to grab wins, and they did grab wins as well. They did have that one great game on Miramar that we've talked about so very often. They have kind of lagged today, though, and we need them back. It goes to show you that even if you have a great day, there is another great day needed to qualify, even in a top 8 lobby like this. So, yeah, I'm going to be excited to see whether or not it's going to be happening. Exhalation, as we said, they made it into the top 8 now, but they need another great performance tomorrow. 28 placement points. That's the biggest as well we've seen on the second part of the leaderboard. Even going up towards the 4th place, that's actually the second most placement points, something that's very surprising to me. Well, they have played consistently into the late game zones, and thus I'm not too worried about them as much as I am about Howl and Pod, for example.
It is how Pod can actually even add win or die in that one, because they do need really good games tomorrow. And with the consistency coming out from a team like Exhalation, will they hold on to it? Saga, that left-hand side of the leaderboard, though, come on, let's talk Vex, because 10 kills, 100 points now. these guys really steamrolled day number 2.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's 77 kills of the 100 points that they have. Only 23 placement points, which is about on par with a team like Young Danes or Entropic. So it's not like they're going out and winning every single game, but my god, they're absolutely fragging. But really, the left-hand side of the leaderboard, it was kind of the top 4. 76 points is the cutoff point with Ascend. They're probably all locked in by this point, unless something absolutely disastrous happens and they get 0 points all of tomorrow. But it's the right hand side of the bracket again where everything is up for grabs. Every single team, based on the results of our final game, match 10, from 6th place all the way down to 15th, adjusted their position on the leaderboard depending on how that result went. Not a single team in that pack stayed in the same position as where they started match number 10 to where they ended. So there's still a whole lot of movement left to go, but the opportunities are going to be scarce. We've only got 5 games left to go to try and secure themselves that spot in the all-important upper bracket and grand finals.
Well, let's talk about the schedule though. Obviously, we are in the upper bracket section and we are going to be working our way. Our next 5 games are going to be tomorrow, same time, same place, which will be the upper bracket. That will decide on our top 8. Everyone else doesn't fall into that top 8. They are going to get another opportunity in that lower bracket next week as they want to try and claw their way in towards the grand finals. And don't forget, from the open quals, the bottom section of them will be joining them in the lower bracket. So there's a lot still to play for. I just want to reiterate that point, Zucker, because that right hand side of the table, the teams have just been moving up and down, up and down, up and down. And I still think with 5 games left to go, if someone really wants to get into a top 8, they can do. Yes, I think arguably Ascend super consistent today, FADX. Young Danes consistent, no real movements there. Phaser played well. We've seen great games at the end from Na'Vi, but Na'Vi didn't really start the day off. So I think they might go back to the sort of the drawing board, not as a position that they're going to be dropping out, but actually, hold on, we had really good zones and we got some really good placements, but when we don't get the zone, how can we take the next 5 games to work on going into a grand final position? So a lot to be done, I think, from teams like Na'Vi.
Yeah, I quickly want to highlight FaZe as well. I think they've played a great tournament so far, even more so than Na'Vi, for example, even though they're above them on the leaderboard. I think FaZe, especially, not only consistently with sub and without sub, that's something to highlight as well. They've played great with Sparking. We've highlighted Sparking. He was the best player just of statistics alone yesterday. Arguably, you know, kind of tied with Hekator, but he was one of the best players yesterday, and that was a sub. Today, it's still the same case, though. FaZe Clan is fragging. They have consistently good rotations. We've seen some creative splits. 3-1 split on Miramar. So very creative and very thoughtful play as well, as we're used to from FaZe Clan. And I think that's what they need for 2024 as a whole. I mean, we're seeing this tournament be kind of the first challenge for lots of these teams going into the new year, going into a new kind of season of PUBG esports as a whole. So I think that's what they need. Keep being creative, keep being confident, keep being consistent, and FaZe Clan so far has shown all 3 of these things. I'm really not worried for them at the moment going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be a good day tomorrow. Saga, any final words, mate, before we hand over and thank our partners?
Yeah, of course. So the one thing that just looking at the leaderboard right now, there's been a pretty big slide from FUT Esports, who were pretty consistently up in that top 4 yesterday. They're down in 7th place. I wonder if any part of that was due to potentially targeting 7 Gaming. We saw how much of an issue it was for them having to constantly contest with them on a wrangle over around Hospital, left them as VAR'd as a solo in match 4 of the day, and obviously they just would rather not have that in the grand final. So maybe that's playing into a little bit of why we're not seeing the same level from FUT Esports, but it's something that I'm sure T-Bone will do some thinking, come back strong tomorrow, and yeah, look to lock it in for the final day. Only 5 games left to go and still tons to play for.
Yeah, they are 1 position away, but it is the end of the evening. We want to thank, obviously, Esports 360, Tulpar, obviously, with the notebooks. That is a monster laptop, and I'm loving actually the videos from them. Big shout out to Bing Esports, obviously doing all the production, obviously with the big support as well, and PUBG Esports. Don't forget, though, one last opportunity, get yourself in. It's not long left, though, for PEC qualifiers. We'll get you the link in chat. If you've got a team, you are playing, whether you're just new to this, put 4 people on. 50 is up for grabs, though. It's got to get yourself through, but get yourself into the qualifiers. That's it from all of us, though. We'll see you in exactly the same time, same place tomorrow. I'll see you then. Peace.